Welcome to MGM Northfield Park. 30 minutes to the opener on Courageous Lady 2025. Here are the scratches and changes on this 15 race card. Race 5, number 7, Pumpkin Skin. Add Lasix to Pumpkin Skin in the 5th. 7th race, driver change of the 8, Blue Spanx to Jennifer Main. Race 11, a $20,000 estimated pick 4 pool. Note number 7, Work-Life Balance is scratched sick. The track is fast. Temperatures crack the 60s. Partly cloudy skies. We have Ohio Fairs Championship Night, 8 $50,000 races. The $125,000 Courageous Lady. And there is the field with the exception of the 7 Work-Life Balance, who has been scratched. 28 minutes to race 1. I'm track announcer Kenny Livingood, wishing you the best of luck tonight here at MGM Northfield Park.
Winner circle 1. Winner circle 1. Checking now. Anything? Winner circle 1. 16 input. Anything coming up on it? A flashy green light. Anything coming up? Winner circle 1. Winner circle 1. One's working. Okay, well then we'll leave it there.
Well, good evening, racing fans, and welcome to MGM Northfield Park. Michael Carter alongside of Jess Gotten, who has been the world traveler as of late. And you shipped in from Harrah's Hoosier Park last night. It's a little cooler tonight than it was last night.
Excuse me, I don't know about that. It was a little chilly last night, but we're not in the sun tonight, so I did bring my blanket because I feel like it's going to get a little chillier throughout the card.
All right, 9 stakes races on the program. We do have 2 ladies races as well. We'll get to those here in just a little bit. Lots going on track, including prize drawings throughout the evening. Make sure to get your T-shirt, that long sleeve T-shirt. We might need to get us a couple of those to stay warm out here.
Yeah, I went to walk in the building, and they were already out through both of the doors onto the sidewalk. So everybody was getting ready to get their free T-shirts. So if you're on site and you didn't get in that line, you better run over there and get in the line.
Summerfest Grill is also on the apron here this evening. We got to try a little bit of the Summerfest Grill the last time with the lemonades, with the hot dogs and the hamburgers and whatnot. The food is pretty good.
Yeah, it was. The hamburgers very good. The lemonade as well. I know you liked the hot dogs. Not a hot dog kind of gal, but might have to head over there and grab something to eat later on. It smells really good, that's for sure.
All right, let's get to the handicapping portion of our segment here during the pregame show. Again, 9 stakes races. We're going to take you through all 9 of those stakes races. Kick things off, Jess, with race number 2. It's the Ohio Fairs Championship for 2-year-old colt and gelding trotters. Kicks off the first of 3 pick 4s here this evening. This one's not guaranteed. And, you know, it's a field of 8 in these Ohio Fair Championships, and Dublin Sydney draws into this race. Second start of the new barn for trainer Brian Georges, coming off a 13 and a quarter-length victory at Dayton. There's 2 pari-mutuel tracks here in the state of Ohio that have the fairs. We are one and Dayton is the other. Some of those horses just seem to like the pari-mutuel tracks a little better.
Well, there's one thing you have to remind yourself when you are handicapping this race is it's literally the best of the best from the fair circuit. So you're not going to find your average type of horse coming into these races. They're all going to be on their toes. They're all going to be sharp, and they've earned their way into this big money championship. And I'm going to go against Dublin Simley. I'm going to try Smoking Anson. Eddie Miller does a training, driving, and owning, coming off of back-to-back wins right on the front end. Post advantage on 2 of the other favorites, I think, that are going to take some action as well. So I'm going to go with Smoking Anson in the second. We'll skip over the third. That is a ladies' race. We'll come back to that. Race 4 is the Ohio Fairs Championship for the 2-year-old pacing fillies. Field of 8, and again, a lot of sharp horses that are coming off of really solid wins.
Yeah, you know, one thing about Northfield Park is I don't like to pick post 8. We're going to go with post 8 here tonight because, as you said, it is the sharpest of the sharp. We're going to go to the 8 racing artist who likes Northfield Park, has hit the board in 2 starts, does have a victory over the Northfield Park surface. That was by 2 3/4 lengths against 2-year-old non-winners of 1 company. This is sort of a step up in class for this 2-year-old filly by Racing Hill and trader Bill Webb. So we'll see if Racing Artist can bring home a victory from post number 8. 5 Delta Lady picks up the services of Ronnie Wren Jr. Flip over to race number 5. It's the Ohio Fairs Championship for 2-year-old Colt and Gelding Pacers. And another race, Jess, I think could present a little bit of value. You've got 4 I Am the Sea, who's my top pick. You've got the 6 Zuma World. Where did you see this race kind of ending up?
I'm going to go with Fired Up Henrielle. Hank Levan has been on fire in the season of 2025 throughout the fair season. He's going to come here with a handful of horses tonight that I actually really like. You're going to get 5-2 on the morning line on this this guy here. He's coming off of a 4th place finish, maybe a bit of a flat effort down at Dayton, but had a very solid effort at Dover. Was 3rd in Delaware after a tough trip, not getting out until late. So I'm going to try Fired Up Henrielle, and I'm hoping to get the better of the value. Like you said, you have I Am the Sea to his outside, working up the Lavard to his inside, and Zuma World as well. But I think that I'm going to try and beat a handful of those favorites with Fired Up Henrielle.
We're going to see if Uncle Nickel can score a victory from the rail with Work It Up a Lather. He's probably one of the hardest working fair guys on the fair circuit. He shows up 15, 20 deep sometimes with those horses.
I'll credit everybody who goes to the fairs. I feel like every day the OHHA is putting on a new broadcast that I'm listening to. So kudos to everybody who travels around. But you got to. You literally cannot miss a week or a fair because then you're giving up those points. It's very competitive. So kudos to everybody who travels around to them.
63 fairs throughout the state of Ohio, all culminating tonight in the Ohio Fairs Championship. And you know, Jess, you've seen some of these fairs. You've got a race in several of the fairs to even make the final. Winning 1, 2, maybe even 3 races isn't enough to make these championships.
No, it definitely isn't. And I think the last couple of fairs, too, where people might have tried to give their horses a little bit of a break, they had to come back and win like the last 3 fairs just to make it into the final. And there's still horses that didn't make it into the final that had a really good season as well. And there's lots of money to be made as well. You see the Home Talent, which is closer to the Northfield area. They go for some really good money as well as the other circuits as well. But you can't miss a whole lot of time if you want to somehow squeeze in a little break. You're going to see horses with 12, 13, 14 starts, maybe more, but they're literally going every single week to pick up points for this final.
All right, race number 8 kicks off. A $20,000 estimated pick four. It is the second of 3 pick fours on the program. It's the Ohio Fairs Championship for 3-year-old filly trotters. And Jess, you like the 1 strike oppose. You're going to try to get some value here. I went to the 4 Count on Luna. Darren Harvey is having one heck of a season. Did bring home a Buckeye Stallion Series championship last week with Unique Catch and some really nice horses as well. This Count on Luna came from off the pace at Coshocton. Had to make up a lot of ground throughout the mile. And you know at these fairs, it's hard to make up a lot of ground late in the mile. But you like the 1 strike oppose to the inside.
I do. And going back to some of those fairs, you know, some of them are bull rings. It's not easy to get around some of them. Some of them get around easier than others. But I am going to use the horse that starts from the rail. Roy Moore does a training. Luke Ander's in town for the drive. A beaten effort last time out at Dayton in Delaware. Was actually placed first. But after being 0 for 12 in that 2-year-old campaign, she's now 9 of 14. So something's really turned the corner in her 3-year-old season. She gets a better post to work with. I know sometimes the rail can be tricky. So hopefully Luke brought his trotting gloves tonight.
I'll talk about it from a horseman's perspective. You know, the growth from 2 to 3. We talk about from 3 to 4 and from 4 to 5. But from 2 to 3, you really see some of these horses start to mature.
Well, we ask a lot from the 2-year-olds, right? We buy them time from the sales, we break them, we put all those jog miles into them, we train them down, and we have to go, that's in October, September for the state of Ohio, and then they just start racing, at the beginning of July, end of June, so it's October, like almost the end of October, and they're still racing, putting in all those weeks, and I have to remind myself as well, they do need a break. They're not machines, so sometimes the 2-year-old season doesn't go as planned. Maybe they're baby store, maybe they need to grow into themselves, maybe that thing between their ears isn't quite developed either. So, you do see some lackluster performances at the age of 2, but come back as night horses at 3.
All right, race number 9, the Ohio Fairs Championship for 3-year-old Colt and Gelding Pacers. It is leg 2 of that $20,000 pick 4, and I landed on the 2 Cleveland Top Rookie, which Cleveland hasn't seen a top rookie in quite some time, but we'll get to that a little bit later on. We won't ask anybody about Baker Mayfield because, we don't like to talk about that around here, but Cleveland Top Rookie finishing second at Lancaster, was 3rd at Dayton, does have 10 wins in 28 starts, has hit the board in 23 of 28 starts this year. This is one of the top 3-year-old Colton Geldings.
For sure, and you have to go down a handful of starts on the program to find a gate-to-wire win from this guy at one of the fairs by KM County. He's going to pick up the services of Dan Noble. If we know one thing about Dan Noble, we know he's aggressive off of the gate. So I'm going to look for a gate-to-wire effort from this guy. I'm going to use the other horse that I think is going to take a lot of action as well in the pick 4 or 5 or whatever it is, Catch the Express. I think both those horses are going to take a lot of money. I just think Cleveland Top Rookie is going to be able to benefit from that inside draw.
Yeah, I think you and I both really agree here in race number 9. Race number 10, the Ohio Fairs Championship for 2-year-old filly trotters, and this kicks off the 50-cent Pick 6. And for those of you who play Northfield Park on a regular basis, Pick 6 moves from race 8 to race number 10 on the big nights to allow for that extra Pick 4 sequence. And in race number 10, I landed on the 4 Supreme Dance. You don't get to see Ronnie Wren, Aaron Merriman, a lot of these guys drive at the fairs on a regular basis. Ronnie Wren Jr. picks up the drive of the Ohio Fairs Championship tonight. Is coming off a second-place effort at Coshocton after winning at Dover's 10 for 18 on the season. And Trader Rosie Weaver's really having a big year.
I'm going to go to another Hank Levan trainee. Post 1 for Hang Tank Honeywell. She's coming off of a loss here in that Buckeye Stallion final, a 6th-place finish. Tough trip and tough effort there, but she's super consistent all season long. 10 of 17 wins, and then additional 4 on the board hits after that. I think she's got the best post to work with in here, and I'm just going to forgive that effort last time out.
All right, race number 11 is the Grade 3, $125,000 Courageous Lady. It's a field of 9 scratch down to a field of 8 with the scratch of the 7 work-life balance. We had a couple of scratches this week. Pillar Hanover scratched earlier in the week. That allowed Our Honor Defend to draw into the race. First time we've done an also eligible in one of these stakes races, Jess, and it worked in our favor. Unfortunately, they drew post number 8 coming off the Buckeye Stallion Series Championship. But for me, Prolific Fire is the top pick in here. Don't get me wrong, Rodeo Drive Deo is going to be a monster this evening. I talked to trainer Ron Burke earlier this week, and he just said, she got really roughed up in Lexington. You got to see that race live. Where did you end up here?
Really roughed up is a soft way of putting it. I mean, it was a half in 53 and 4. It was 12-horse field. There's no Lasix. It looked like an Australian race from the word go. She just had a lot of work to put up, and she did try and hold her own for as long as possible. She still ended up getting beat 4 lengths there, no money. But back on Lasix tonight for the Burke Brigade, and I think she's going to be tough to beat. I'm not going to say she's a slam dunk single either, because I don't know how much that took out of her. Yep. Obviously, down in Lexington, I think Prolific Fire's got a game effort. I was at Dayton when she sat the pocket behind odds on Chesapeake, and I'm going to use odds on Chesapeake. I think the addition of Ronnie Wren is going to be something to watch for in here.
All right, we'll touch on that race a little bit later on. Race number 12, the Ohio Fairs Championship for 3-year-old Colt and Gelding Trotters for $50,000. And this is where one of my big value plays comes in. It is the 2 Silverton. Trader Rosie Weaver has had a big season thus far. Only 6 wins in 22 starts, but I think Silverton getting an inside draw really helps out tonight.
I'm going to go to the 3 Power Hill. Alex Hawk's been the primary driver on this son of What the Hill. A 7-length win at Dayton in that Ohio fair circuit there. Did get beat in the Buckeye Stallion Series. at Delaware. So just maybe a little bit too much over his head in that effort there, but has nothing but ones up and down the program page. 8 of 19, good post to work with. 9-2 on the morning line. I'll take it.
Last stakes race of the night is the 14th race, the Ohio Fairs Championship for 3-year-old filly Pacers. And your interview coming up is going to keep us here late tonight with these stakes races being late in the program and Dave Bianconi. But
someone better bring me a coffee. If you're listening to this, I need a coffee.
he said he would bring us some coffee and tea, so we'll see if he chimes in with that. But I landed on the 2 Legendary L for trader driver Hank Levan, coming off a 4th place effort, but got roughed up in that Buckeye Stallion Series Championship. I was here that night, had to rally from off the pace. That was the race our honored defend actually won, where they closed in on the leaders, and Legendary L seems like the pick for me.
Yeah, no, I'm going to agree with you on that. Still, you know, a 4th place finish beat 3 1/4 lengths, 3/4 of a length there, but still was a good effort in my opinion after being a little bit roughed up. You see that parked every step of the way efforts at Delaware from post 7 and was a 3rd place finish there. Pretty consistent up and down, lots of bold numbers, something I like to see. 15 of 24 wins, and another one that comes from the Hank Levan barn. Just a solid 2025 season for that crew.
All right, we're about 5 minutes or so away from the horses parading for race number 1. Dave Bianconi standing by. He'll join Jess Cotton here on the desk here momentarily as we'll take you through the whole program here this evening. Best of luck at all of your wagering strategies.
Getting closer and closer to race number 1. We're going to kick off things, of course, on Courageous Lady Night. I'm happy to be joined by Director of Racing, Dave Bianconi. First and foremost, Dave, it's been a great season all season long. You guys have had a Sire Stake legs, Buckeye finals. Really great for the state of Ohio.
Yeah, this is kind of the culmination of our stake season here. We do have the fair consolations next week, but this is our last big one, you know, with the graded stake and all the fair finals. So yeah, it should be a great night. It's always adds a touch of class to have you on the mic, so thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
First and foremost, too, I just want to touch on it. You know, the state of Ohio is pretty unique. You got the Sire Stakes, you got the Buckeyes, and then you have the fair. And then looking up and down the program page, there's horses with 13, 14 start that have 40, 50,000 made that have never left the fair circuit. I just think that speaks volume for the program here in the state of Ohio.
Yeah, there's a place for every horse. And there's pretty darn good purse money in all those places, like, you know, as you said. And some of these horses are going to go on and be good older horses. Some are going to be sold, you know, go out east and places like that. So, you know, just when you hear, you know, it's a fair horse, that used to mean kind of a cheap horse.
Yeah.
Now it just means possible diamond in the rough, to be perfectly honest with you.
Yeah, you don't necessarily have to spend a whole lot, and you get to make a lot, which is nice. We've also got 2 ladies races on tap, something you guys always seem to do each and every year. I wore my pink because it's October. Must be fun to get ladies come from just about everywhere. You got a night of ladies into drive tonight.
Well, as you know, Jess, because you grew up in the game, a lot of women are involved in the sport, but there really aren't that many that drive. So it's great to have a couple of races on, you know, Courageous Lady Night where we have the lady drivers. So, you know, it's something we like to do, and they've come from all over. This is kind of a 4 race circuit. They're racing in the Meadows last night, here, and then I want to say Harrington and Shenandoah.
Oh, nice. I
Yeah,
did not know
next
that.
weekend.
That's awesome.
Mhm.
Yeah, we've put on ladies' races, I feel like, across the globe now, which I think is great. I seen that Jennifer Main was in town. She's been driving up in Michigan, winning the Open every week, assigned post 8. So that's pretty awesome.
Yeah, and we had, of course, Lauren Tritton win the Battle Lake
Yeah.
Erie a few years ago here. So I mean, down under you see it quite a bit, and there are some of the top drivers. But it really, in the North America, for some reason, it's still sort of rare.
Yeah, when I went down to Australia, that was a frequently asked question: is there like a ladies driving, program per se? And I said, not really, unless you go to the state of Ohio. They have the ladies pace, which I think is awesome, but it's really not prominent up here as it is down there. But there are a lot of females obviously involved in the sport, just not on the track.
Oh, behind the scenes, like again, you grew up in it. The trainers, grooms, you name it, they're an integral part of the sport without question.
Let's talk a little bit about the Courageous Lady. An unfortunate scratch earlier in the week, but then you got our Honor Defend to move in. Now we have another scratch in here, but still very solid group of horses.
Yeah, especially in between Lexington and the Breeders'
Yeah,
Crown. We
yep.
have this 1 week, and I am very pleased with the field. And we got the Jugette winner in
Yeah.
there, and really some top horses from New York, Pennsylvania, Ohio Sire Stakes champion, Buckeye Stallion Series champion. It's a very solid group.
Yeah, from top to bottom, of course. We're going to see a little bit of a matchup again between Odds on Chesapeake and Prolific Fire. They've been going at it. 2 Ohio breds as well. And what I love about Courageous Lady, and even in the mill scene, Ohio's always well represented.
It used to be I'd invite an Ohio horse for a throw-in,
Right.
like, hey, we have an Ohio horse. Now they're players.
Yes,
In the
exactly.
race, so.
They're players up and down on the Grand Circuit, which obviously speaks a lot as well. And then, of course, we're going to see Rodeo Drive Dale. Mike and I talked about it a little bit. A stiff opening half in that first half there down in Lexington, but she was phenomenal on Jugette, so I'm excited to see her back.
And you know what? No Lasix at Lexington, and now
Yeah.
she gets to go back on Lasix. I think she is definitely the one to beat.
All right, thanks so much, Dave, for joining me. Have a great night, and I'm excited to be here and excited to cover all the action for the Ohio Fair Championship night.
Thanks, Jess.
Horses on track for the Saturday opener to kick off Ohio Fairs Championship and Courageous Lady Night 2025. One Lily Gray Sale, Emmanuel Miller drives for Corey DeArmond, who cones with the Camp Equine Estates. 2 Showstop and Genico owned by Jacob Rodolter and by Oscar Johnson Jr. with the services of Justin Irvine. Number 3, Tequila Time, owned by Aaron Colley, trained by Jessica Rogner, Tyler Angus in the sulky. 4, Julie's Grace, Power Play Racing 87, the owners, James Day trains and drives. 5, Rising Fire, Dan Noble up for Corey Kreiser and JMF Racing. Tracy Kropek, Susan Kosminski, and Deborah Schoeffel own the 6, Better Than Ever. Aaron Merriman aboard for Sean Johnston. 7, Greatest Honor, Kurt Sugg drives for Jessica Milner, owner Royal Roland. 8, Athleta, Timmy Johnson drives for owner Tommy Vosick. The 9, Sunny Money, John Sioka Jr. drives for Stephen Harrison, Madison Hochstetler. Here's our winners for the prize drawings for 6 o'clock, so please report to the check-in station at the program stand. Jesse Chalinsky of Parma, Haley Pogue of Barberton, Dennis Raff of Malta, Derek Graham of Maple Heights, Brent Runyon of Grafton, and Jennifer Kamoff of Glassport. Jesse Chalinsky, Haley Pogue, Dennis Raff, Derek Graham, Brent Runyon, and Jennifer Kamoff, please report to the program stand check-in station. Here in the opener, I landed on the 5, Rising Fire. Source that rallied nicely in 56 and 328 last quarter, getting Noble in the bike for the first time. Now 5th start with the connections, gets Noble right back, and that 28 last quarter is very strong. If she comes back with that, she's the one to beat. For second, going to use the 3, Tequila Time. First start in the Rogner barn, impressive, 58 and 3. That was against condition claimers, though, so she has to step up and face a stronger field, but second start with the connections, she can build off of that. I think these are 2 very logical players. For third, the 1, Billy Grace Hill, benefit of the rail. She's done nothing wrong on the fair circuit, with the exception of the start where she's parked the mile, but she's got that sandwich with 3 wins. I go 5-3-1-6 in race 1. Best of luck. Starter call. The Gary Long starting car moves into motion for the first of 15 times on Saturday night. Best of luck on Courageous Lady Night. Here they come. Often pacing at Northfield, Lily Grace Hill from the rail down the center, Rising Fire put into play off the car, Tequila Time between them, Sunny Money from the second tier not far away, fifth is Julie's Grace early on. Then it's Better Than Ever, who came out racing in sixth, going inside the course went Sunny Money, making a miscue on that opening turn, as Lily Grace Hill uses pole control to a 2.5 length lead across the backstretch. Tequila Time second, Rising Fire is this big 1-5 favorite, she's third and unhurried to the opening quarter, which is complete in a solid 27-3. Better Than Ever is next in front of Julie's Grace, 3 back to Showstop and Jenica, then Greatest Honor and Athleta, and about 8 back to Sunny Money, who made the bobble. So they're well strung out as they round the far turn with Lily Grace Hill dictating the tempo over Tequila Time. Rising Fire, Noble still has her glued to the pylons, patient so far through the first 3/8 of a mile. Better Than Ever is next and in fourth. 2 clear, Julie's Grace races from fifth. Showstop and Jenica in line sixth, 9 lengths behind. Greatest Honor and Athleta far back to Sunny Money. 56-4, the time for the half mile, 29-1 in quarter two. From this leader, Lily Grace Hill and Manny Miller. Tequila Time, tripping out from the pocket, Rising Fire. This favorite's asked to do it first over tonight. She'll come to the outside with 3/8 the pace. Better Than Ever on her back, 5 better than Julie's Grace. Nothing else threatening from the backfield as they drive toward 3/4. Rising Fire confronts Lily Grace Hill, and now she takes over. Rising Fire powers right past Lily Grace Hill. Tequila Time at the inside of Better Than Ever, 3/4, 125-1, and they swing on to the final turn. Rising Fire now by 3. Better Than Ever's up to second. Lily Grace Hill back to third. Tequila Time is fourth. Julie's Grace is fifth. There's an 1/8 of a mile left to go. Dan Noble and Rising Fire 4 lengths to the good. Off the turn into the stretch. Rising Fire all alone for the final 100 yards. Tuck the whip. Danny Noble. This one's over. Rising Fire back to back with a 7-length score. Julie's Grace 5-4-1-3-6 unofficial. Back into the winner's circle comes the 5, Rising Fire. Owned by JMF Racing, trained by Corey Kreiser, driven to victory by Dan Noble. She's a 3-year-old bay filly by Catch the Fire out of the field in Frisky Mare Awakening, bred by Marjorie Paul Hamus of Ohio. Third lifetime win, third this season, 154-3. Haley Pogue of Barberton and Derek Graham of Maple Heights. Please report to the program stand check-in station. Haley Pogue and Derek Graham. Please report to the program stand check-in station. We'll send it down to the winner's circle. Michael Carter standing by with winning driver Dan Noble.
Well, Dan, you kick off Courageous Lady Night. It's good to get the monkey off your back, so to speak.
Yeah, you know, it was a little bit of a rough night last night, so it's pretty nice getting the monkey off back early.
Now let's talk a little bit about Sammy Jo Hanover, who you'll drive at the Courageous Lady later this evening. Last drove her in the Nadia Lobel down at Scioto, just missed by a neck over odds on Chesapeake. Tell us about how she was that night. What you think about her tonight?
She was really good that night, and had I known a little bit more going into the race, I probably would have been a little bit sharper that night. We'll just have to see how sharp she is tonight.
Now you got to be happy. The draw gods were in your favor. You draw the rail, so it gives you a little bit of an opportunity to maybe have a little bit more control.
I was just hoping the rail really works out for my favor, especially here tonight. I think the track's going to hold up with speed.
All right, Danny, best of luck later on and throughout the rest of the night.
Thank you.
Kenny?
Congratulations, Dan Noble taking the opener. He drives the 1, Sammy Joe Hanover, in tonight's $125,000 Courageous Lady. The results of the opener are official. The exact is $38.20. Trifecta $117.40. The high five $86.34. Top down, Lily Grace Hill was third. Showstop and Jenica seventh. Tequila Time fourth. Julie's Grace second. Rising Fire, the winner, Better Than Ever was fifth. Greatest Honor sixth. Athleta eighth. Sunny Money ninth. 374 215 689. Race 2 kicks off the early pick 4, the first of 8 Ohio Fairs Championships. 2-year-old Colton Gelding Trotters. No changes. 4 minutes.
As Kenny said, the Ohio Fairs Championship kicks off here in race number 2. It also kicks off a pick 4. It's the first of 3 pick 4s, Jess. And, we put together a couple of tickets. Tell us what you think in this first leg.
Well, I will say I had to really stick to budget with this dollar-based bet here. I'm used to a 50-cent base, but we ended up getting out with not too much damage in the pocket. I'll use 3 horses in this opening leg, the ones that start right from the middle of the gate. 3, 4, and 5, Smoke and Anson, top choice in here. Talked about that a little bit earlier. Back-to-back wins. I'll use Dublin Sydney off of that 13-length win. And Eckerd Hill Brady, he's pretty sharp, but he's got to mind his manners behind the gate. So 3, 4, and 5 for me in the opening leg.
The question for me about Eckerd Hill Brady is which horse is going to show up tonight? Is it going to be the horse that breaks, or is it going to be the horse that is going to get over the track well? I am 3 deep in this first leg to the 4, 5, and 7. Let's jump to a race we didn't talk about earlier. It is the first of 2 Ladies Driver Tour races, and I hit the all button in this race because anything can happen, and anything has been known to happen.
How much money did you spend?
Actually, only $81. So,
only
81. Kenny will be giving me a hard time about it later.
$81. I'm just going to use the horses that start from the inside. And Easy B and Me comes off a nice win, and Heave Ho picks up Lauren Harmon. She's been pretty patient winning these lady races and seems to do well. So I'm going to use just 1 and 2. My budget did not allow for an $81 play.
Listen, Elson Miller has been red hot as of late. It would not shock me to see Ain't Easy Being Me, but Keith Cash Dash knows how to win this race, and he's won it a couple of years now coming up. So we'll see what happens in race number 3. Race number 4, that's where my single comes. It is the 8 Racing Artist. We touched a little bit on this earlier this evening, and I believe you're too deep in this race.
I
correct?
am. I just don't know how well Post 8 is going to fare. You know, there's a lot of sharp horses coming into the race. I'll also use a 3 VH Goldie. So 3 and 8 for me in race 4.
All right, race number 5, I am 3 deep to the 1, the 4, and the 6. Top pick for me there is the 4, I Am the Sea. We just saw driver Dan Noble in the winner's circle. Picks up the services of Herman Hagerman for the first start. Moving up in a class, trader Herman Hagerman, an 8% winner when stepping up in class.
I'm going to use 2 horses. Working up a lather from the rail for Betty Clegg. Nick Clegg, very consistent horse. Second start Lasix for this one. And Fired Up Henry L. I'm hoping for a little bit of a price. A nice winner, 2 back at Dover. Third place finish at Delaware, 3 back. A little bit of a flat effort last time out. I'm going to look for a bounce back effort. So 1 and 3 for me.
All right, I am 457 with the all, with the 8, with the 146. It's an $81 play.
My goodness, I'm only going to spend $24. So take it how you want. But that is a good hit. If you could find a couple of singles, maybe I would hit the all button. But I'm not that confident.
All right, race number 2 coming up here momentarily. Horses will be on the track. Kenny Livingood standing by with the post parade.
Trotters on track for tonight's second one. MJ's Peg's Prodigy. James Bolin Jr. trains for owner-driver Charles Bolin. 2 short range, Charlie Myrick owns trains and drives. 3 Smoking Anson, Eddie Miller owns trains and drives. 4 Dublin Sydney, Dan Noble driving for Brian Georges and Philip Groves. The 5 is Eckerd Hill Brady. Ronnie Wren Jr. driving for Rosie Weaver. Cones with Cabby D and the voice, Roger Houston. 6 What Luck, Greg Bateson drives for Ernest Ayers. Cones with Ellen Bellamore. 7 Mogul Maverick, Manny Miller drives for Rosie Weaver. Cones with Gentry, Weingartner and Rogers. The 8 Buckeye Baron owned by Earl Lee Bowder and Chris Page. Timothy Grubb trains Justin Irvine. In tow. Back over in race number 1, my top choice, Rising Fire, 1 to 5 on the board, but sometimes you just gotta take what the board will give you. She looked like a very logical winner, and she does deliver at 1 to 5. We go here to race number 2, Ohio Fairs Championship, to kick off this fair final night. I'm going to the 5 Eckerd Hill Brady. Now, he does have a little bit of a mental problem behind the gate. He's broke 2 of the last 3 starts, but when he's flat, he's been very talented all season, and he still came on to be 3rd in that most recent start in the Buckeye Stallion Series Championship. Now he faces the Fair Championship, so technically it should be a softer spot for him. He comes off back-to-back 10-length scores in the fairs at Dover and Coshocton. You get Ronnie Wren Jr., who's done everything right this year. So Eckerd Hill Brady with Wren driving, I'm putting on top. Over the 3, Smoking Anson, back-to-back fair wins with Eddie driving. Eddie seems to really get along with this guy. Buckeye try at Delaware, he broke, but that's sandwiched between 4 fair victories. So coming into the fair final, he's sharp, good draw. And for 3rd, I'll use the 6 What Luck. 4th start with the trotting hobbles, which have seemed to help him, and he hasn't missed the exacta in 11 tries this season, so I certainly respect him as well at a price. I'm at 5-3-6-4. Best of luck. Race number 2. Trotters heading behind the gate for tonight's second race. First of 8, Ohio Fairs Championship, $50,000 on the line. 2-year-old Colton Gelding Trotters. Field of 8 make the turn. Here they come. Off stride the 5, Eckert Hill Brady makes a miscue at the start. Good beginning for Dublin Sydney, far outside. Buckeye Barron shows speed. In between rivals, Mogul Maverick toward the inside is What Luck, who went on a break there. What Luck jumped it off in between rivals. Meanwhile, Smokin' Anson's got a good trip down at the inside, so the field scatters themselves through the opening eighth of a mile. They're scattered across the course, and Buckeye Barron from post 8 at 31-1 is going to take over command. Dublin Sydney gets the pocket ride. Third is Smokin' Anson. Mogul Maverick is 4th. 3 clear of Short Range, who's in the 5th spot. Eckert Hill Brady has caught the touch of the field. He's back in 6th. 5 back to What Luck, and far back to MJ's Peg's Prodigy, who also made a miscue on the opening turn. That quarter complete. 28-4. Dublin Sydney removes to the front for Noble. Buckeye Barron now gets a cozy 2-hole trip. Eddie Miller has Smoking Anson at the pylons in 3rd as they bend down bias for the first time. Mogul Maverick at a big price is 4th. Short Range given a nudge to keep up 5th. The 3-5 race favorite is Eckert Hill Brady. He's back in 6th, 9 lengths off the leader through a half and 59 seconds. 3 back to What Luck in the trailer, MJ's Peg's Prodigy. Into the payoff half, Dublin Sydney leads the way. Buckeye Barron, still a good trip at the inside, but he's lost about 2 lengths now to Dublin Sydney. Smoking Anson 3rd, Mogul Maverick is 4th. Eckert Hill Brady tries to rebound after the tough start. He comes to the outside now 5th with 7 to pick up. Dublin Sydney looking strong across the backstretch with a 4-length lead. Smoking Anson picking up the slack, and he's closing in. Smoking Anson, he's making a nice bid at Dublin Sydney as they drive past 3/4 in 128. Eckert Hill Brady's up to 3rd. Around the final turn, Dublin Sydney by a length and a half. Smoking Anson giving chase 2nd. Eckert Hill Brady 3rd. 7 lengths off the leader. Up to 4th, Mogul Maverick. 1/8 of a mile left to go. It appears it's down to 2. Dublin Sydney inside. Smoking Anson outside. Off the turn into the stretch drive. Smoking Anson's gathering up momentum. Dublin Sydney pleading for the wire. Smoking Anson's got it won. Smoking Anson 3 in a row for Eddie Miller. Dublin Sydney 2nd. They were well clear of Eckert Hill Brady 3rd and Mogul Maverick 4th. 157-3. Three, four, five, 7 unofficial judges will post the inquiry sign against the unofficial 3rd place finisher, the 5 Eckert Hill Brady, for a possible violation of the breaking rule. 3, 4, 5, 7's unofficial. Returning back into the winner's circle, the 3 Smoking Anson, owned, trained, and driven to victory by Eddie Miller. 2-year-old Brown Gelding by Mr. Anson out of the Giant Hip Mare, Paris Philly. Bred by Adrian Hochsteller of Ohio, 7th lifetime win, 3rd in a row for Smoking Anson, and a lifetime best 157 and 3. Making all our trophy presentations tonight, Frank Frost of the OHHA and Amy Holler, also of the OHHA. To all our fair winners throughout the card. This is the first of 8 $50,000 championships. 2-year-old Colton Gelding Trotter winner, 3 Smoking Anson. No change to the order of finish. 3, 4, 5, and a 7. Now we'll send it down to the winner's circle. Jess Otten standing by with winning owner, trainer, and driver Eddie Miller.
A slight upset in that 2-year-old Cold Shot Ohio Fair Championship. Owner, trainer, driver. Eddie Miller standing here next to me. First and foremost, Eddie, you've had this guy from the get-go. He seems to be pretty nice for you.
Yeah, he's really nice. If you are patient, he runs, we had a little, that's what the fairs are for. You take him, teach him, and then he turned out all right. He's a free horse, so it doesn't get better than that.
He's coming off a really 2 good efforts there in those last 2 starts out, Eddie. Tonight, there was a lot of going on behind the gate. You had a couple of breakers, you had one leaving from the outside, but you were patient with this guy, and it paid off in the end.
Yeah, I got lucky. Just got in the right spot, drew good. So, hope.
I was teasing Ashley a little bit there. I said, diapers are a little expensive. Nice to get the job done in this nice $50,000 final.
Right, exactly.
Nice job.
Thank you.
There you have it. Eddie Miller, owner, trainer, driver on Smokin' Anson, upset in the 2-year-old Colt Trot.
Congratulations to soon-to-be dad Eddie Miller on the winning drive in the second with Smoking Anson. The exacta $37.20, trifecta $90.20, and the daily double $20.60. Top down MJ's Pegs Prodigy 8th, Short Range 5th, Smoking Anson the winner. Dublin Sydney 2nd, Eckerdale Brady 3rd, What Luck 6th, Mogul Maverick 4th, Buckeye Baron 7th. 8-5-1, 2-3-6, 4-7, race 3 is next. The first of 2 divisions of our Ladies Drivers Tour. All female drivers pace. No changes, 6 minutes. The horses are coming out to the track being led by our post-parade pony and Ronnie Wren Jr. And that is Colton alongside Ronnie Wren Jr. Leading the lady drivers out to the track for tonight's third one, Ain't Easy Being Me. Christina Johnson driving for owner-trainer Elson Miller. Lauren Harmon drives the 2, Heave Ho, for owner-trainer Lori Alley. 3 is Warrawee Extreme. Mandy Jones in the bike for Candace Brandstatter Hall and the Royal Rock Racing LLC. 4, Brave Stranger. Angie Coleman drives and trains for Stan Shaputis. Angie co-owns. 5, Stateside Deuce. Emily Hay in the bike for Keith Cass Jr. Owners Glenn Goller, Stephen Demeter, and David Postman. The 6 is Dance Traveler, owned and trained by Aaron Lehman, using Elizabeth Snyder. Jennifer Main on the 7, Headbanger for Greg Bateson and the Hater Stables. Prairie Run Stable send up the 8, Fox Valley Treason. Leslie Joyce in the bike for Oscar Johnson Jr. And Mary Burkhold owns, trains, and drives the 9, Amore Cruiser. Back over in race number 2, my top choice, Eckerd Hill Brady, makes the miscue behind the gate, but Smoking Anson makes it 3 in a row. We go over to race number 3. I thought this race was going to the inside pacers in here. Ain't Easy Being Me just comes off a 54-3 sharp victory. Was claimed for $15,000 by the Elson Miller barn. Gets the rail post, and Christina Johnson and Elson Miller have teamed up to win this race the last 2 years, and they have a strong hand to make it 3 in a row from the rail. I'll put Ain't Easy Being Me on top. For second, the 2, Heave Ho. This horse just raced at numbers of 6,000 down to Dayton, and 53-1 was a winner, 2 back, and 53-2. Gets Lauren Harmon, who's no stranger to driving at Northfield Park, and has 5 wins here this season, so certainly respect that. Using him second, and for third, throwing in the 3, Warrawee Extreme for the Candace Brandstatter barn. This horse won at numbers of 2,000 at Batavia, and last time he was here, had post-8, was only beaten 5 lengths, and numbers of 2,500. Good draw here. I'm going inside 1, 2, 3, 4. Best of luck, race 3. First of 2 divisions of the Ladies Drivers Tour. For those of you that are on track, if you have not picked up your Northfield Park t-shirt at the program stand, there are still a few left. Remember, it is strictly 1 per customer, so please, if you already have received one, please let someone that has not received a t-shirt yet go get one. There are a couple left, so if you have not received a Northfield Park t-shirt, please go to the program stand and get one. The starter is starting to gather the horses for the third. This is our first of two Ladies Drivers Tour events on the evening. All female drivers. 9 horses in both races. Turned out to be a great event. Both races go for $10,500. Best of luck to all the ladies competing tonight. Right now, the 4 to 5 favorites. The 1, Ain't Easy Being Me from the rail. Heave Ho, 7 to 5. Christina Johnson, Lauren Harmon inside post. And they're on gate. Here they come. And they're off and pacing. Good beginning for Stateside Deuce down the center. Brave Stranger and Ain't Easy Being Me tries to hold down the rail as Heave Ho ducked over to race behind Ain't Easy Being Me into the opening turn. Warrawee Extreme came out in third. On the outside, Stateside Deuce roughed up 3 deep there. In the 2-path is Brave Stranger down along the inside from the second tier. A More Cruiser just slid into fourth. Then it's Headbanger in front of Dance Traveler and Fox Valley Treason at the back. Across the backstretch, pole control to Ain't Easy Being Me and Christina Johnson up to the opening quarter, 28 1/5. Heave Ho tripping out from the pocket. Warrawee Extreme is third. They're 1, 2, 3 into the far turn for the first time. A More Cruiser is fourth. Parked out fifth, Brave Stranger. At the inside, Headbanger sixth. Second over, Stateside Deuce seventh. Then it's Dance Traveler, and the trailer is Fox Valley Treason. 5/8 of a mile left to go. Ain't Easy Being Me at 3 to 5 calls the shots. Heave Ho. Favorites 1, 2 coming to the half. Warrawee Extreme is third for Mandy Jones. Still 2 clear of a More Cruiser who's fourth. Tough Trip, Brave Stranger fifth. They have 1 lap to go. The half was 58 seconds, 29 4 in the second panel. Buried at the inside is Headbanger, no place to go as they bend back onto the turn. Then it's Stateside Deuce, who's outside of Dance Traveler, the trailer, Fox Valley Treason, entering the backstretch with 3/8 to go. Ain't Easy Being Me has been there since the outset, leads by 2. Heave Ho trying to keep up from the pocket. Warrawee Extreme is third, 2.5 back to a More Cruiser, the other struggling from there. Headbanger's fifth, 3/4, 126 1, 28 1. Throttle down from Christina Johnson and Ain't Easy Being Me into the far turn. Heave Ho is second, Warrawee Extreme third. A More Cruiser off stride from fourth in front of Headbanger as there's 1/8 of a mile left to go. Ain't Easy Being Me turns on a 1.5 length lead. Heave Ho second, Warrawee Extreme is third. They're into deep stretch. Ain't Easy Being Me. Heave Ho's had the trip coming to the outside, trying to reach Ain't Easy Being Me. Ain't Easy Being Me. Christina Johnson wins 3 years in a row. Heave Ho is second, Warrawee Extreme is third. A More Cruiser fourth, 154 2. One, two, three, 9 unofficial. The judges will post the inquiry signing against the unofficial 4th place finisher, the 9, A More Cruiser. Possible violation of the braking rule. 1, 2, 3, 9. While we wait for the inquiry, these are our next winners at 7 o'clock. Please head to the program stand to the check-in station. Eric Ritchie of Perry. Darlene Besessi of Parma. Tim Olszewski Jr. of Maple Heights. Johnny Allen Jr. of Cleveland, Amy Andrioli of McKeesport, and Layla Krishna of Uniontown. Eric Ritchie, Darlene Bisessi, Tim Olszewski Jr., Johnny Allen Jr., Amy Andrioli, and Layla Krishna. Please head to the program stand. Returning to the winner's circle, a very familiar face in October is Christina Johnson. This is her third consecutive ladies driving pace victory. The judges are taking the inquiry sign off the board. The result standing 1-2-3-9. Ain't Easy Being Me was owned and trained by Elson Miller and driven to victory by Christina Johnson. 6-year-old begun by Well Said out of the Keystone Raider mare. I'm a Forget Me Not. Bred by Patrick Sweeney of Ohio. 19th lifetime win, 5th this season. 154-2. The result is official. We'll send it down to the winner's circle. Michael Carter standing by with Christina Johnson.
Well, Christina, 3 years in a row. You never get tired of coming to the winner's circle, but 3 in a row here at Northfield Park. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
You had rail advantage. You went to the lead, and things just kind of worked out your own way. And tell us about the trip.
The horse likes the front. Elson told me that he was tough on the front, so once I got to the lead, I kind of just sat back and let him dictate the fractions.
What's it mean to come back to the winner's circle in this race? Obviously, you've driven in some of our other events throughout the year, but what's it like to come back each and every night on Courageous Lady Night and win one of these?
It's a big deal obviously it's Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and, I have a lot of people that I know that have either passed away or battled breast cancer, so it's nice to know that I'm out here kind of representing and standing up for them.
Christina, congratulations.
Thank you.
Kenny?
Christina Johnson, for the third consecutive year, picks up a victory in our ladies driving event. 1-2-3-9 result is official. The exacta $4, trifecta $13.20, superfecta $4.60. Top down to the third, Ain't Easy Being Me, the winner. Heave Ho was second. Warraway Extreme was third. Brave Stranger was eighth. Stateside Deuce seventh. Dance Traveler sixth. Headbanger fifth. Fox Valley Treason ninth. Amore Cruiser fourth. 1, 2, 3, 8, 7, 6, 5, 9, 4. Race 4 is next. Braden Rhodes on the 6. Stone Creek Girl, 4 minutes. We'll send it down trackside. Michael Carter standing by with Kevin Plaucha.
Hey, thanks so much, Kenny, as we get ready to look at this Ohio Fairs Championship for 2-year-old Philly Pacers. Kevin Plaucha stepping in for Jessica Otten here in race number 4. And Kevin, you've seen some of the great racing thus far. Here in the 4th race, you know, speed has been good thus far. Who do you like here?
We got a potential speed duel, I think, with the 5 and 8, and maybe if the 3 VH Goldie wants to leave. Got some competitive races tonight, although I think this race does go through the top 3 morning line choices, the 3, 5, and 8. Those are my top 3, just in a different inverted order. I'm at 5, 8, 3.
Now the question is for the 8-hole here, Racing Artist. Somebody actually just stopped me here on the apron. They're like, is Merriman not driving? He's 11-1 currently on the board. It's big time long shot off a 2-1 morning line. This horse does like Northfield Park, though. What do you make?
It's early. I think she's going to probably go off as the favorite, although post might scare some people off. Merriman gets gate speed out of literally anything that he drives, so I wouldn't be too worried about that. I just threw her in for second just because she has a little bit of a worse post than the 5, but I think she definitely has a chance. And you're 11-1, you will not get double digits on Merriman here.
Now, VH Goldie, driven by David Young II. Let's touch on that one a little bit. It's coming off a 7th place effort from the 8-hole here at Northfield Park in the Buckeye Stallion Series Consolation. Some of those races were really tough last week. Let's talk a little bit about VH Goldie. Gets a much improved post here for trainer Tim Van Horn.
Yeah, I actually liked Mandaloon out of that race. I thought that was a pretty salty bunch that she went up against. Tried to make a second move from post 8. Didn't have enough gate speed to get out like I think Racing Artist will, but from this spot, I think David Young could get her into a nice stalking spot and potentially be able to sneak up the passing lane. 10 for 16 in her career, so she knows how to win.
All right, I'm at 8, 5, 3, and 2. You are at
5, 8, 3, 7.
Best of luck. Coming up here in the 4th race, the Ohio Fairs Championship for 2-year-old Philly Pacers.
On track for our second Ohio Fairs Championship, freshman pacing fillies. 1, Me So Fine. Hank Levan drives and trains for the Winchester Bay Acres Incorporated. Don Irvine Jr. trains for owner-driver Justin Irvine. The 2, I'll Be Home First. 3, VH Goldie. David Young the 2nd in the bike for owner-trainer Tim Van Horn. 4, She's So Fast. Home of the Winchester Bay Acres Incorporated. Hank Levan trains, Dan Noble drives. 5, Delta Lady, Ronnie Wren Jr. in the sulky for Walter Haynes Jr., Jeff Font Racing, Carsey, and Maria Haynes. 6, Stone Creek Girl, Braden Rhodes up for Betty Clegg and Kimber Clegg. 7, Mount Camus, Manny Miller drives, Furman Hagerman, Cones with Melinda Hirschberger. And from the far outside, Racing Artist, Aaron Merriman in the bike for Bill Webb, who cones with Denny Miller. Back over in race number 3, my top choice from the rail, Ain't Easy Being Me, picks up the victory. Christina Johnson and Lauren Harmon. Familiar faces to racing here around Northfield Park. They go 1-2. We still have one more ladies event on the card. Here in the 4th, I landed on the 3 VH Goldie. She had post 8 in the Buckeye Stallion Consolation a week ago on Sunday night. Ended up 7th there from post 8, but take post 8 away from her, and she's only missed the exact in one of her 15 other tries. She's just been so consistent. Good post here for David Young II, and I'm hoping she gets a good trip, although we'll see if she can get off the gate. I'm a little concerned that she might end up with a first over trip tonight, but either way, she's just been sharp. 28-3 last kicker at Coshocton in a 58-2 effort, and has paced in 55 down at the Little Brown Jug and second in a Buckeye Stallion Series event. I'll use her on top over the 5. Delta Lady gets Ronnie Wren in the bike, comes off a win. She's moved into the Walter Haynes Jr. barn and has responded with 2 victories, including a 56-2 effort at Dayton. And for third, the 8 Racing Artist. She probably would be the horse to beat if she didn't have post 8, but Merriman, no stranger to getting horses to go off the gate. I would expect post 8 her to be leaving tonight. 3-5-8-4, best of luck in the second of 8 Ohio Fairs Championships. behind the gate for the fourth. Here they come. 2-year-old fillies sent on their way. She's so fast, living up to her name off the car. There goes Mount Camus, racing artist from the far outside, hunts forward position for Merriman, and Me So Fine tries to hold down the rail into the opening turn. I'll Be Home First is next. VH Goldie is third last, and then it's Delta Lady, and Stone Creek Girl can see them all. So they sort themselves out, and driving to the front is She's So Fast, trying to wrestle command from Mount Camus at 45-1, who secures a pocket ride. Me So Fine is third. Off her stable companion, She's So Fast, as they click off a snappy 26-4 opening panel. The freshman pacing fillies into the far turn first. I'll Be Home First is in the fourth spot. Racing Artist left aggressively off the car, but was forced back into fifth as there were levers to her inside. She's 7 lengths behind with 5/8 to go and coming to the outside right now. VH Goldie picks up cover, so too did Delta Lady and Stone Creek Girl the trailer. Racing on down to the halfway point, She's So Fast and Dan Noble paved the way. Length and a half to the good. Mount Camus is second. Here's Racing Artist on the outside. First up and driving. Me So Fine is at the inside. I'll Be Home First trying to get off the rail. That's going to force Delta Lady 3 deep. VH Goldie never fired. Stone Creek Girl inside of her. The half was 56 seconds as Noble backed it down, but Merriman's quickening it right back up with Racing Artist up to the throat latch of She's So Fast. They're stride for stride. Mount Camus is third. Me So Fine pinned in by I'll Be Home First. Stone Creek Girls bottled up in traffic inside of Delta Lady. Racing Artist has made a clear lead. 3/4, 124-3. They bend back onto the final turn. Racing Artist steps in front of She's So Fast. I'll Be Home First is rallying up into third. 3 lengths to come. 4 back to Mount Camus and Delta Lady. There's an 1/8 of a mile left to go. Racing Artist will turn first. I'll Be Home First continues to gain. She's So Fast back in second as they turn for the money. Racing Artist with the lead. I'll Be Home First down the center. Racing Artist is shortening up. I'll Be Home First is surging. Racing Artist holds on. I'll Be Home First with a valiant try. She was second. She's So Fast third. 155-2. Judges have posted 8-2-4-5 unofficial. Returning back here to the winner's circle, number 8, Racing Artist. Aaron Merriman, the winning drive for Bill Webb, who co-owns with Denny Miller. She's a 2-year-old bay filly by Racing Hill out of the Artistic Fella mare, Little Miss Artist, bred in Ohio by Bill Webb. This is her 8th lifetime win. She goes back-to-back here at Northfield. Racing Artist in 155-2 for a lifetime best. Joining Racing Artist in the winner's circle, we'd like to welcome the Shaker Heights Interest Group. $8,245 is official. The exacta returns $51.40. The trifecta $198.20. Superfecta $81.86. We'll send it down to the winner's circle. Jess Otten standing by with winning driver Aaron Merriman.
Racing Artist gets the job done. The 2-year-old filly pace Ohio Fair Championship winning driver Aaron Merriman. Nice filly to pick up going for 50.
Yeah, it was. You know, the 8-hole didn't really help, but Bill and Chris was here tonight, and they're usually not here, so I knew there's a lot of pressure on me.
Let's talk about the trip a little bit. You looked like you were going to be pretty aggressive off of the gate. A couple levers there inside. You kind of had to abort mission going in the first turn.
Yeah, I did. She shows a lot of ones, so it looked like she's pretty handy, and she was. You know, this guy always has his horses very well trained and very, very easy for me to drive.
Danny's horse was full of steam on your back. You had one coming from first over from quite a bit way back, but you seem pretty confident in her. You had to use her quite a bit to the wire, but you still seem pretty confident.
Yeah, I think she's going to be happy for a break, especially after that drive. I really, really raced her hard, but you know, this is probably her last start of the year, and looks like she's raced a lot of good miles anyway. You know, you had a horse coming at me in the stretch there that had a lot of live pace, but she hung on.
Let's talk about the Courageous Lady. Time in the season, good draw for her. She's coming off a really nice win over at the Meadows.
Yeah, she is. I drove her a few times, and she's just a really, really nice professional filly. Another, great people I get to drive for. I'm sure the trip's going to make a big difference. You know, looks like there's going to be a lot of speed in there, and she's very, very versatile, so I can do whatever I want.
Speaking of that, I was at the Little Brown Jug in the Jugette, and I was watching her score down. She was one of the horses who really caught my eye on the track, and it looks like she puts forth a really solid effort every time she puts steps foot on the track.
Yeah, she does. Like I said, I drove her the few times I've raced her, and she's an absolute professional, just like you said. She's a gorgeous mare, and I know she's a stable favorite.
Good, nice job, and good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you very much, Jess.
There you have it. Racing Artist gets the job done. The 2-year-old filly pace.
Top Down Me So Fine 8th. I'll Be Home first. Second, VH Goldie 6th. She's So Fast 3rd. Delta Lady 4th. Stone Creek Girl 5th. Mount Camus 7th. Racing Artist 1st. 826 345 71. 5th is next. Lasix on the 7. Pumpkin Skin, 3 minutes. Attention to our horse players that were planning on playing the weekly Sunday handicapping contest tomorrow. Belmont at the Big A has canceled their live racing tomorrow, so the contest will still take place, and it will be on races from Keeneland Racecourse. Again, Belmont at the Big A is canceled tomorrow, so those of you that were going to play the weekly Sunday handicapping contest here, those races will now be at Keeneland. Horses making their way to the track for tonight's 5th. $50,000 on the line. 2-year-old Colton Gelding Pacers. Number 1 working up a lather. Nick Clegg does the driving for Betty Clegg and Kimber Clegg. 2, I'm a Dancing Man. Luke Henderson the bike for Eric Nesselrode. Cones with Powell, Ruff, and McCourt. 3, Fired Up Henrielle. Hank Levan drives and trains for the Levan Stables. The 4, I Am the Sea. Dan Noble drives, Herman Hagerman and David Beachy. 5, The Town Mailman, owned by Mark Kalina, trimmed by Craig Bowman, Aaron Merriman on the bike. 6, Zuma World, Ronnie Wren Jr. driving for Jeff Nysonger. Cones with Gorby, Coaster, and Roth. 7, Pumpkin Skin, who will race on Lasix. Braden Rhodes drives Betty Clegg and Kimber Clegg. And then 8, Tsunami King. Austin Henner's driving for generic Nesselrode. Back over in race number 4, Racing Artist from Post 8. No problem. She picks up the victory for Merriman. We head to the 5th, our third Ohio Fairs Championship. I landed on the 1, working up a lather from the inside here. This horse raced on Lasix at the Lancaster Fair, ended up third there making a break, but he's really done nothing wrong. He's hit the board in 19 of his 27, including 15 in the top 2. Has the rail post. Nick Clegg will probably be aggressive and at least secure a pocket with this guy. So I think he trips out. I'm going to try him on top. For second to 4, I Am the Sea moves from the Clegg barn to the Herman Hagerman barn. So curious to see what this guy does first time in a new barn. He showed a lot of promise early on in the season. The form went a little stale toward the end of the year. Maybe a barn change and Dan Noble wake him up. But I do put him second, and for third going to the 5. The Town Mailman. Merriman looks to go back-to-back, parked and roughed up at Dayton, but look at the starts before that. A nice win in 57 at the Delaware County Fair. 1-4-5-3. Best of luck. Heading behind the gate for tonight's fifth. Here they come. On gate. They're off and pacing. Good start. The Town Mailman down the center, working up a lather in between as I'm a dancing man into the opening turn. Fired Up Henrielle is next. He's inside of I Am the Sea. They're fourth and fifth. Out deep on the course, Zuma World, Pumpkin Skin, and Tsunami King at the back. It's Nick Clegg working up a lather, using that inside post to his advantage. He's in front a length and a half. I'm a dancing man. The pocket sitter, the Town Mailman left, but is third for Merriman early on. Fired Up Henrielle is fourth in front of I Am the Sea, who's fifth off a 27-3 opening panel and coming to the outside right now. There goes I Am the Sea for Noble. On his back, Zuma World. The two at the back are Pumpkin Skin and Tsunami King. Fired Up Henrielle tried to get off the rail, but Zuma World beat him to the spot, so he's going to be pinned in here and shuffle the spot as they have 5/8 of a mile left to go as they just went past the 3/8 mark. It's working up a lather at 21-1. Upset-minded for Clegg. I Am the Sea on his outside. I'm a dancing man locked in the box. Second over, Zuma World is fourth, only 3 lengths off the leader. Third over comes Pumpkin Skin outside of the Town Mailman. Tsunami King is fourth over, and Fired Up Henrielle got buried back in last in a 4-hole as they raced to the backside of the course. Working up a lather, got a 30-second second quarter breather. I Am the Sea, to his wheel, jammed in, I'm a dancing man, ready to come 3 wide, Zuma World, only 2 to pick up, and Ren gives him the green light now. 3 across with just over a quarter of a mile left to go from the back, Tsunami King's out deep. Shaking off the rail was Merriman with the Town Mailman. As they go past 3 quarters and 1:26-3, they're coming from everywhere, and Zuma World has come away with a 3-length lead. The Town Mailman, what a steer by Merriman. He ended up in the 3 path, and he's up to second. Tsunami King wide but third. Pumpkin Skin is fourth. There's an 1/8 of a mile left to go. Zuma World turns on a 2.5 length lead. The Town Mailman trying to come get him. He's drifting out. Zuma World's drifting in. The Town Mailman's out of time. It's Ronnie Wren Jr. and Zuma World. The Town Mailman and Tsunami King, 155-3. Returning back into the winner's circle, the 6, Zuma World, owned by Gorby, Nysonger Stables, Roth, and Coaster, trained by Jeff Nysonger. Driven to victory by Ronnie Wren Jr. 2-year-old Big Island by Summa Cum Laude out of the Western Ideal Mare. Show the World, bred by Jay Burkholder of Ohio. 12th lifetime win for Zuma World, 155 3/5. Six, 5, 8, 3, still unofficial. Send it down to the winner's circle. Michael Carter standing by with winning driver Ronnie Wren Jr.
Here the winner's circle with winning driver Ronnie Wren Jr. Just how you planned it there, huh?
Yeah, just the way I wrote it up. Tell you what, it definitely feels like fair racing, a little dangerous out there.
I tell you, you guys got sort of stacked up. You had to come off the rail there a little bit. You had to come 3 wide off the last turn, but boy, this one really was good tonight.
Yeah, I spoke to Jeff earlier today, and he said the horse had one really good move, so I was able to save the horse as long as I can, and she responded well.
Let's talk about odds on Chesapeake a little bit later on tonight. Winner of the Nadia LaBelle has won a lot of things this year for 3-year-old filly pacers. What do you make of her?
Yeah, she's a really nice filly. I've raced against her all year, and Virgil does a great job with her. 2 holes, great spot tonight, and we'll be looking to put her in play.
Now, it's good to have you finally back home. You've won every stake just about that there is to win this year. You're having one heck of a year. How's it feel?
It's been a great year. I'm just thankful to be able to drive for Ronnie Burke and the other guys I drive for as well on the big circuit. But, Lou Prince, a special horse. He's raced great all year, and hopefully we can finish the job in the next couple weeks.
Congratulations. Best of luck later on.
Thank you.
The result is now official. 6, 5, 8, and 3. The exacta, $104.80. Trifecta, $1,812. Pick 4, $296.80. And the superfecta, $1,914.14. Now, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we direct your attention once again to the winner's circle. We want to wish a very special happy 30th anniversary to Ann and Mike Pachasa. They had their wedding reception here 30 years ago. And there is the picture from the winner's circle. Jess Otten standing by with 2 very happy people, Ann and Mike Pachasa.
Thanks so much, Kenny. As you guys just saw on the screen, a big happy anniversary to Mike and Ann Pacheski. 30 years ago, you got married right here at Northfield Park. I'm sure there's lots of memories from then until now.
Too many to mention. Too many to mention. We're very lucky to have each other.
What made you choose Northfield Park to get married at?
So this wasn't either of our first rodeo, so we wanted to do something different so people would actually show up for the wedding.
And you come back each and every year?
Nah, not every year. Not every year, yeah. Yeah, but we're here a lot.
Well, we're glad that you guys are here to celebrate 30 years of this at Northfield Park, and the track would like to give you something in honor of 30 years.
Happy anniversary once again to Ann and Mike Pachasa. 30th anniversary celebrating here at Northfield Park. And that picture on the screen was from 1995. Top down, working up a lather was 8th. I'm a Dancing Man was 7th. Fired Up Henry L was 4th. I Am the Sea 6th. E-Town Mailman 2nd. Zuma World 1st. Pumpkin Skin 5th. Tsunami King 3rd. 874 621 53. We roll over to race number 6. Philly and Mare Open Pacers. Less than a minute. Philly and Mare Open Pacers working their way out to the track for tonight's 6th. 1 Polk Salad Annie. Kurt Sugg drives Freddie Miller and Adam Friedland. 2 Pistolini. Keith Cash Jr. drives and trains for Bruce Salisbury. 3 Salzbrook Mabel Dan Noble drives for Corey Kreiser and Todd's Auto. 4 Naked on a Hill. Ronnie Wren Jr. drives for Ron Burke Racing with Buscemi. 5 Stinka Galaxies. Justin Irvine drives for Corey Kreiser. Owners Amir Nader and Thunder Racing. And the 6 is Soft Shot. Aaron Merriman drives for Sam Scalacci and Paul O'Neill. Back over in that 5th race, my tip choice, the 1 working up a lather. Got the lead, but just didn't have much left there in the final quarter of a mile. Zuma World picked up the victory for Ronnie Wren as we roll over to race number 6. And I landed on the 3 Salzbrook Mabel. She just has post edge here. Source that can fire to the front. She's gotten off the car quickly in her last couple. She's gotten to the half with plenty of speed. She's had plenty left in all of those starts. 4th start for the Kreiser Barn short field. She should be the first one to the lead here. I'm sure Soft Shot will be moving, so maybe her trip will end up in the pocket, we'll see, but if Danny wants to cut it, this horse is very fast. For second, I will use the 6, Soft Shot. She's been able to face some stakes company. She was 4th to Twinbee Joe Fresh back in the Milton up in Canada, then was 8th in the Dayton Derby, but was 2nd and was used there in a 121 and 1 3/4 effort, so comes back here in a small field, back to open company. Last time she was in opens, she was a winner, 3 back in 52 at the Meadows, gets Aaron Merriman, and for third, I use the 4, Naked on a Hill from the Burke Barn. Ronnie Wren picks up the drive here. 7 wins this season for $162,000. Last few starts, she's just been okay. She was stronger early on in the season, but this is a horse that knows how to find the winner's circle. 3, 6, 4, 5. Best of luck. Behind the gate for the 6th. Open pacers at the head of the lane. Here they come. Off and pacing. Great start from Salzbrook, Mabel, and Soft Shot. Two Pistolani gets in front of Polk Salad Annie into the opening turn. Soft Shot tries to loop him, and she'll make the front. Salzbrook, Mabel on the outside. We'll see what Noble wants to do. He wants to drive to the frontier outside of Two Pistolani. Merriman does have a tight hold of Soft Shot as he's going to let Salzbrook, Mabel drive past. Polk Saladani is 4th. Naked on a Hill is 5th. And Think of Galaxies is the trailer. 7 lengths separate the entire field. Salzbrook, Mabel has moved to the lead off a quick 26-4 opening panel. Salzbrook, Mabel on top. Soft Shot, who had very quick legs off the car, is in the pocket spot. A length and a half off the leader, Salzbrook, Mabel. Two Pistolani is 3rd. Polk Saladani is 4th. They're followed by Naked on a Hill and Think of Galaxies. They were nose to helmet single file through 3/8 of a mile with Salzbrook, Mabel calling the shots. Soft Shot pocketed up here. Drafting in behind this favorite. Two Pistolani 3rd as they're halfway home in 55 flat. 28-1 from Salzbrook, Mabel. Soft Shot 2nd. Two Pistolani 3rd. Polk Saladani is 4th. Coming to the outside, Naked on a Hill. And Think of Galaxy still the trailer. About 7 lengths separate them as they pace by 5/8 and head to 3/4. Salzbrook, Mabel the target. Soft Shots enjoyed a good trip. Two Pistolani 3rd. Uncovered. Naked on a Hill. No help from 5th. First up on the outside. Think of Galaxies on her back and Polk Saladani now the trailer. 3/4 tripped. 1:22-3. 27-3 backside. Salzbrook, Mabel puts the pedal to the metal. Soft Shots had the trip if she's good enough. Two Pistolani hasn't spent a penny. 3 wide. Think of Galaxies. Naked on a Hill is stalled. 1/8 of a mile left to go. Merriman kicks the plugs out on Soft Shot and Esther to go get Salzbrook, Mabel, who turns on a 2-length lead. Soft Shot is 2nd, then Two Pistolani into deep stretch. Salzbrook, Mabel give Noble a double. Soft Shot 2nd, Two Pistolani 3rd. Think of Galaxies 4th. 151-1. Back to the winner's circle, the 3, Salzbrook, Mabel, and by Todd's Auto, trained by Corey Kreiser. Give Kreiser a double, give Dan Noble a double. Say 5-year-old bay mare by Malicious out of the Sports Writer mare South Window Ace, bred by the Salzbrook Stables, and Rebecca Hamilton, 18th lifetime win, 9th this season, 3 in a row. What a claim from the Kreiser barn. Back on September 13th, this horse has finished second ahead and won 3 straight, including an Open. The result is official in 151 and 1, lifetime best. Top down, Polk Salad Annie was 6th. Two Pistol Annie was 3rd. Salzbrook Mabel was the race winner. Naked on a Hill was 5th. Think of Galaxy's 4th, Soft Shot 2nd, 6-3-1, 5-4-2. Race 7 is next. Jennifer Main will drive the 8 Blue Spanks. 6 minutes. Horses coming on the track for the 7th. Once again, the pony led by Ronnie Wren Jr. holding the lines with Colton taking that pony around before the horses come on the track for the 7th. And here are the horses for the 7th Ladies Drivers Tour. It's our 2nd division. Once again, thanks to all the ladies that came out to compete tonight. 1 is Rocket Party. Leslie Joyce drives for Oscar Johnson Jr. and Jacob Rodel. 2, Molly's Game. Emma Wahlberg drives for owner trainer Tommy Vosick. 3 is Winston. Devin Miller in the bike for Stacy Van Wiesen and owner Charlie Miller. 4, Western BB. Mary Burkhold drives for Dale Edwards and David Pernstill. The 5, JD Camden. Mandy Jones in the bike for Ron Burke, Burke Racing and Weaver Buscemi. The 6, PFC, KC Winton, owned by Bender Done That Racing, trained by Corey Kreiser and driven by our outrider, Nadine Hepke. 7, Pro Beach, owned by the PT Stable, trained and driven by Candace Brandstatter Hall. 8, Blue Spanks, owned by Joseph Boza, trained by Keith Cash Jr. with Jennifer Main in the bike. And the 9, Best Nay Ever, Lauren Harmon drives for Krista Harmon. Owners Kia Morgan and Robert Williams Jr. Back over in race number 6, my top 2 choices go 1, 2, Salzbrook, Mabel Strong on the front. We're going over here to race number 7, Ladies Drivers Tour Part 2. I landed on the 9, Best Nay Ever. This is a horse that last time she was here at Northfield, she raced in the non-winners of 4 level, a couple of seconds and a third there, 55 and 2. She's actually got a clocking in 54 and 4. Had a couple of weeks off going into event at Hoosier, ended up finishing 6th, but raced in 53 and 3. She's got that second tier post, so she's going to need to work out a trip. But Lauren Harmon, one of the more experienced drivers, she drives pretty regularly here at Northfield, so if anyone's going to navigate it, it would be her. I'm going to try the 9 on top. Over the 1, Rocket Party, benefit of the rail here. Gets Leslie Joyce in the bike, was 4th last time he was here at Northfield, beaten 3 lengths, 5 back. Gets the rail, so good trip. Should have pole control, and for 3rd using the 3, Winston. Source that really rallied nicely in his last start right here at Northfield, and you get Devin Miller in the sulky. 9-1-3-4. Best of luck in the 7th. Beyond the gate for the 7th. Field of 9 for the 2nd division of the ladies driving series on gate. And they're off and pacing. Winston firing to the front for Devin Miller. Down toward the inside is Rocket Party. Best nay ever from the 2nd tier. Up on heels is Lauren Harmon's trying to leave aggressively inside of Molly's Game. At the inside is J.D. Camden. Then it's Western BBU's outside of Pro Beach. At the back of the field are Blue Spanks inside of PFC KC Winton. So they step onto the backstretch and drive to the opening panel. Winston and Devin Miller out front. Rocket Party in the pocket spot. Best nay ever. Up on heels there, racing 3rd. Parked out, Molly's Game 4th. Also parked, Western BB with PFC KC Winton. JD Camden at the inside with Pro Beach, and the trailer is Blue Spanks. The opening quarter was complete in 29 flat as they double tier already, with Winston at 16-1. Offensive-minded here. Rocket Party jammed in the box. Molly's Game, tough trip for Emma Wahlberg. Best nay ever pinned in, no place to go down on a 3-hole. Second over comes Western BB as they race on over to the halfway point. Buried is J.D. Camden inside of PFC KC Winton. Pro Beach, and the trailer is Blue Spanks. Halfway home in 60 seconds. Winston leads the way after a 31-second panel. Molly's Game on the outside, continuing to apply a bit of pressure. Locked in Rocket Party. He's had a great trip. Western BB will have to come 3 wide if good enough with 3 to pick up. Still nowhere to go. Best nay ever. Inside of PFC KC Winton, 3rd over. Then comes JD Camden ahead of Pro Beach and Blue Spanks the trailer. Across the backstretch, Winston turning away Molly's Game. Fanning wide goes Western BB and PFC KC Winton. Rocket Party's had the trip. 3/4, 129. Best nay ever behind a wall of horses. Pro Beach from the back trying to get involved inside of J.D. Camden. They're fanned across behind Winston, who leads the way with 1/8 of a mile left to go. Rocket Party trying to get out of the pocket. Molly's Game. Best nay ever's got open road up the inside. Pro Beach continues a rail skimming trip. They turn for the money. Here's Rocket Party out of the pocket. Best nay ever up the inside. Rocket Party wins it. Rocket Party. Best nay ever got 2nd. Winston was 3rd. PFC KC Winton 4th. 157-4. One 9-3-6-7. The result is official 19367. Returning back here to the winner's circle is the one Rocket Party, owned by Jacob Rodel, trained by Oscar Johnson Jr., driven to victory by Leslie Joyce. 5-year-old big only by Party at Arts Place. Side of the Cam's Card Shark Mare, Armbro Dasher, bred by Mary and Adele Jeffers of Illinois. 22nd lifetime win, 5th this season. Rocket Party, 157 and 4/5. We'll send it down to the winner's circle. Jess Otten standing by with winning driver Leslie Joyce.
Rocket Party gets a job done in the second division of the ladies' pace. I have winning driver Leslie Joyce. And Leslie, I've seen you've been traveling over the last year. You came out to the East Coast, of course, in Delaware and across some of the fairs as well. It looks like you're having a lot of fun.
Oh yeah, plenty. It's been quite a fun trip.
Let's talk about the trip a little bit tonight. Devin was aggressive off the gate with a bit of a long shot. She rated that mile pretty good. You look like you were absolutely loaded. I'm sure you were happy to pop the pocket there late in the stretch.
I was just hoping she was going to get me to the head of the lane and it was going to open up and I could just scoot on by.
Nice job.
Thank you.
There you have it. Rocket Party, Leslie Joyce take the second division of the ladies' pace.
Exacta 25.60, trifecta $161.80, and the high five $908.78. Top down, Rocket Party first, Molly's Game sixth, Winston third, Western BB eighth, JD Camden seventh, PFC KC Winton fourth, Pro Beach fifth, Blue Spanks ninth, Best Nay Ever second. 163-874-592. Race 8 is next. Back to the Ohio Fairs Championship. 3-year-old trotting fillies. And note there is a $20,000 estimated pick 4 pool here in the 8th. It's races 8, 9, 10, and it ends with the Grade 3 Courageous Lady in race 11. 5 minutes. To the track for the 8th. 1, Strike a Pose. Luke Hanners drives for Rory Moore. Cones with Susan Sandstrom. 2, Callie L. Aaron Merriman aboard for Hank Levan. Levan Stables, Megan Levan, Perry and Perry. 3, Dublin's Martini. Braden Rhodes driving for Betty Clegg and Kimber Clegg. Darren Harvey owns, trains, and drives the 4. Count on Luna. 5, Annie L. Hank Levan drives and trains for Levan Stables and Megan Levan. 6, Stars in My Crown. Dan Noble driving for Herman Hagerman. And Anthony Miller and Hagerman racing the owners. 7, IB Cream. Ronnie Wren Jr. drives for Charles Vigneron, who cones with Donald Spencer. Hagerman Racing, Martin Yoder, Lucinda Belcher team up with the 8, Suds and Ritz. Herman Hagerman, the conditioner, Emmanuel Miller in the bike. And that's the field. Back over in the 7th, had the right 3 horses in the wrong order. It was Rocket Party from that rail post as we roll here to the 8th. I went to the 7, IB Cream, gets Wren in the bike. 2-year-old, or 3-year-old here. Couple of wins on the fair circuit, 10 for 23. So she knows how to find the winner's circle. She most recently was second in a fair race at Dayton, first up in 57-4. The race at Delaware, though, she went in 56-4. Driver changed to Ronnie Wren Jr. He looks for his second on the night. Outside post to navigate, but she's shown at the fair she can do it from on the lead or off the pace. For second, going to use the 1, Strike a Pose, benefit of the rail. The last couple of weeks, she was second place, first and fourth, but this is a horse that started 9 for 14 this season. She raced really well, has post edge. Certainly have to use her. And for third, I threw in the 5, Annie L. A couple of fourths, Buckeye Stallion event at Delaware, 56-4, 2 back. She's had a little bit of a knack for finishing second, 20 runner-up finishes with only 7 wins, but she always gives a good account of herself. I'll go 7-1-5-4. Best of luck.
Back here on the apron at MGM Northfield Park, Michael Carter, Jess Cotton going over the $20,000 estimated pick four beginning here in race number 8. We've seen some prices tonight.
Yeah.
We've seen a couple of shots.
Good racing for sure.
Been great racing. Ronnie Wren was he was a little skeptical earlier, I think.
That was an action-packed race, start to finish.
Yeah.
We've seen just about everything. At first, I kind of thought maybe the speed was holding up, and then somehow, some way, in a couple of those races, they come from off of the pace. But you have to be pretty much close to the action, it seems like.
All right, this upcoming 8th race here, and I've got only a $24 play here, so we're going to cheapen it up.
Next question, how much money did Mike Carter spend?
That's okay. We're going to go 4 deep here to the 1, 4, 7, and 8. The 4, Count on Luna, currently at 5-2 on the board. Talked a little bit about the season that Darren Harvey is having already this season, and front end speed is holding up well here.
3 horses in the opening leg, 1, 4, and 7. Strike a Pose from the rail. I was hoping to get a little bit of a price on that one. I am now at 5-1. Of course, wow, I kind of thought I'd turn around and see Darren's horse be the favorite. Still plenty of time left, but 5-2 I think is a nice price on her. And then I'm also going to use IB Cream. That is your 6-5 favorite. So 1, 4, and 7. To open up the sequence for me.
Cleveland Top Rookie in race number 9 is my single in the sequence. Dan Noble drives for trader Brian Georges. Has hit the board in 23 of 28 starts this season. Really, really impressive. Cleveland Top Rookie. It's something Cleveland hasn't had in quite some time. And definitely the top pick for me there.
You're going to single that one. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay, you're going to single that. I'm going to use that one. I'm also going to use the 5, Catch the Express. Watch Corey Dierman warm this up a race or two ago, aggressively scoring him down and warming him up. I'm going to assume that all systems will be go for Wren off of the gate from post 5. Seems to do his best work on the front end, 8 of 17. So 2 and 5 for me in race 9.
All right, race number 10. I am 3 deep to the 1, the 2, and the 4. Hang tight. Money and Jasmine's Diamond look good, but Supreme Dance. I'm hoping to get some value here. Ronnie Wren Jr. picks up the drive for trainer Rosie Weaver. Saw Rosie Weaver over here a little bit ago. Told her we were talking good about her, and she said, keep on talking. Hopefully it'll get me to the winner's circle.
Lots of bold numbers up and down the program page in this race. 1 and 6. Hang tight, Honey L from the rail. Tough trip in that Buckeye Sire Stakes consolation final, last time out. Never really a chance to get involved there. And then Lynn Range, Herman Hagerman, and Annie Miller teaming up here. By been super sharp all season long. So I'm going to use 1 and 6 in race 10.
All right, in race number 11, I am 2 deep to the 4 Prolific Fire, 5 Rodeo Drive Deo. If we get there, I'm hoping for Prolific Fire because there'll be some value there.
Yeah, for sure. I'm going to use 5, 2, and 4. Odds on Chesapeake, I was very impressed with her in her Jughead elimination, and then of course she got beat by Rodeo Drive Deo in the final. Prolific Fire has been game. She's coming off of back-to-back wins, and then of course the Jughead champ Rodeo Drive Deo.
All right, so my pick 4, 1, 4, 7, 8 with the 1, 2, excuse me, with the 2, with the 1, 2, 4, with the 4, 5, just $24 this go around.
I'm going to spend 24 as well. Proud of you.
All right, we'll be back before the 11th race, the Courageous Ladies Stakes. We'll talk about that pick 4 as well. Lots going on, still happening. Make sure to come out and check out the Summer Fest Grill on the apron here at Northfield Park. Best of luck here in race number 8.
In behind the gate for the 8th race. Our 4th division of the Ohio Fairs Championship. 3-year-old trotting fillies. They're on gate. And they're off and trotting. Stars in My Crown gets the first call. Count on Luna. And from the rail, Strike a Pose not far away as they head into the opening turn. Stars in My Crown and Strike a Pose, who cuts the corner and has control. So forced into the pocket is Stars in My Crown. Callie L came out racing in 3rd. Count on Luna is 4th. IB Cream leaves around a pair, gets away in 5th in front of Dublin's Martini, Annie L. And at the back, Suds and Ritz. Across the backstretch into the opening quarter they go. Strike a Pose and Luke Hanner show the way. 27 and 3 was the opening quarter mile. Strike a Pose a length and a half in front. Stars in My Crown 2nd. Callie L in 3rd to the outside. IB Cream is now 4th. Outside of Count on Luna 5th. Dublin's Martini pinned in by Annie L, who gets into the flow. And the trailer, Suds and Ritz. That's the 8 of the sophomore trotting fillies that head on over to the half with 50,000 on the line. Strike a Pose leads the way. Stars in My Crown and Dan Noble, perfect, coveted pocket trip. IB Cream with the tough first over grind from 6th. First up right now. On that one's back, Annie L. Pinned in is Callie L. 3rd over, Suds and Ritz, outside of Count on Luna, who got a shuffle to 2nd last. And the trailer, Dublin's Martini. Just over 3/8 of a mile left to go. Strike a Pose to reel in. IB Cream's been grinding it on the outside. Now 3/4 of a length behind. Jumping it off from the pocket goes Stars in My Crown. So the beneficiary of that is Callie L as they race up the backstretch. Annie L flanks that one on the outside. 2.5 lengths to pick up as they head over to 3/4 in 1:28. Back into the far turn. Strike a Pose. Trying to go all the way. IB Cream on the outside's had a tough go of it. Ready to come 3 wide goes Annie L as her barnmate Callie L just slid through at the inside. Suds and Ritz is 4 wide from the back. Count on Luna's got a shot from there. IB Cream jumps it off. 1/8 of a mile left to go. Strike a Pose has done all the dirty work. Callie L is 20-1 and she dives down low and here she comes. Callie L up the inside trying to reach Strike a Pose. Count on Luna too late. It's Callie L in front. Strike a Pose 2nd. Count on Luna 3rd. 1:58. Judges post 2-1-4-8. Back into the winner's circle, the 2, Callie L, owned by the Levan Stables. Megan Levan, Perry and Perry, trained by Hank Levan, Aaron Merriman for a driving double. 3-year-old Bay Filly by What the Hill out of the Claudius Augustus mare, Sandy's Song. By Jake Wakey Jr. of Kentucky. 4th lifetime win, 3rd this season for Caliel in 158. It'll be a lifetime best. The judges do post the inquiry, signing against the unofficial 3rd place finisher. Number 4, Count on Luna for a possible pylon violation. 2148 unofficial. The inquiry sign is on the board. No change. $2,148 is now official. Exacta $140.20. Trifecta $581. Superfecta $352.70. Here's our 9 o'clock prize drawing winners. If your name is called, please report to the program stand. Michael Terhard of Menor, Ruth Ann Groves of Medina, Matthew Madden of Northfield, Larry Engel of Benton, Chuck Groves of Medina, and Leanie Drelishak of North Olmsted. Michael Terhard, Ruth Ann Groves, Matthew Madden, Larry Engel, Chuck Groves, and Leanie Drelishak, please head to the program stand. Pacers coming onto the track for tonight's 9th race, 5th of 8 Ohio Fairs Championships. The one down by the parade, Aaron Merriman driving for Herman Hagerman and David Beachy. 2, Cleveland Top Rookie, owned by Philip Grove, trained by Brian Georges, using Dan Noble. 3, A Legend Secret, James Day drives and trains for Power Play Racing 87. 4, Center Story, Josiah Miller drives for Elson Miller and Kimber Clegg. 5, Catch the Express, Ronnie Wren Jr. up for Corey Darriman, cones the Cap Aquinas Estates. 6, Bounding Delight, Manny Miller driving for Rosie Weaver, cones with Heartland Acres. 7, Believe in Tom, owned by Gerald Migel, trimmed by Steve Novak, Mark St. Louis Jr. between the wheels. And the 8, Eddie Nine Toes, Hank Levan drives and trains for the Winchester Bay Acres Incorporated. Back over in race number 8, Calielli, 20-1 upset to kick off that mid-pick 4 there. $20,000 estimated pool. Caliel spices things up right away as we go to the 9th. I'm going to the 5, Catch the Express. Tough trip there in the Buckeye Stallion Constellation. Had to come from far back. Ended up with a 28-2 kicker, 54-4. Go back to the race at Delaware. This one paced in 53-3, 27-3 last quarter. You get Wren. Good post. Here can leave. I'll try on top. Over the 2, Cleveland Top Rookie gets the hands of Dan Noble, the horse that is 21 of 28, hitting the exacta. Good draw here, so I want to use that one second. And for third, the 7, Believe in Tom. Far outside post overcome, but has raced well. Mark St. Louis usually pretty aggressive. Wouldn't be shocked if this guy's trying to go forward off the gate as well. 5-2-7-1. Best of luck. Behind the gate for the 9th. Here they come. Often pacing, pretty level beginning. The speeds down the center with Catch the Express, Bounding Delight, and Cleveland Top Rookie. And from the rail down by the parade into the opening turn. Very rough there is Bounding Delight, while 3 or 4 wide. Saving ground is a Legend Secret. Diving toward the inside goes Center Story. At the back are Believe in Tom, and Eddie Nine Toes can see them all. Stepping onto the backstretch and driving to the opening panel, here comes Wren with Catch the Express driving forward. So the son of Catch the Fire hits the front just past the opening quarter as they head into the far turn for the first time. It's Catch the Express on top. Cleveland Top Rookie second. Bounding Delight parked out third outside of Down by the Parade. They're followed by a Legend Secret who's back in fifth. To the outside, Believe in Tom is angling now into sixth outside of Center Story. And Eddie Nine Toes, the trailer. So it's Ronnie Wren Jr. and Catch the Express out front, a length and 3/4 to the good. Cleveland Top Rookie is second. To the outside, Bounding Delight, tough trip there third. Down by the Parade, good trip in a 3-hole as they head past the half. Believe in Tom is coming 3 wide. A Legend Secret is next, then Eddie Nine Toes and Center Story. Around the clubhouse turn with just over 3/8 of a mile to go. Catch the Express leads the way. Here's Believe in Tom with a big, bold challenge to this big favorite up front. They're nearly stride for stride. Cleveland Top Rookie is third. Down by the Parade tips off the rail off a good trip as he comes to the outside with only 2.5 to pick up as Believe in Tom is putting away Catch the Express. Down by the Parade and Eddie Nine Toes as they go to the far turn. Believe in Tom's made a clear lead. Catch the Express throws up the white flag as Down by the Parade at 11-1 has an upset shot. Eddie Nine Toes is a huge price. He's third. Coming to the outside, Cleveland Top Rookie is now fourth. Less than 1/8 of a mile to go. Believe in Tom turns with the length lead. Down by the Parade on the outside, Eddie Nine Toes has still got a shot as he dives down low. He's a huge price, Eddie Nine Toes. He's surging at Believe in Tom with Down by the Parade over the top. Down by the Parade wins. Believe in Tom and Eddie Nine Toes were second and third behind Merriman for a triple. One 7-8-2 unofficial. Back to the winner's circle for the third time tonight. It's Aaron Merriman with the one. Down by the Parade for David Beachy and Herman Angerman. 3-0 big on the down by the seaside of the Royal Majesty Mare. Gracie's Parade. Bred by Wayne Weaver of Ohio. 23rd lifetime win. 6th this season. Down by the Parade picks up the victory.
Winning driver Aaron Merriman, and Aaron, 2 victories tonight. You got a couple of victories on the night. What's it mean to kind of get that mojo going before the big race?
I mean, it means a lot. You know, you never want to go like being shut out if you drove all night. You know what I mean? Like, but I don't ever want to get shut out anyway. So, I mean, all races are important to people.
I talk about down by the parade. It was a little fractious here in the winner's circle. Perfect type of horse for you to drive, huh?
Yeah, it doesn't bother me. I drove him a couple times as a 2-year-old. I had some success with him. I think I was second in the next generation for Nick. And, you know, sometimes Shay's just as good as anything, you know. And the horses, you know, he's always been really nice for me. I don't know.
Now, time of the season in the Courageous Lady has been facing some condition cup, but he was kind of up and downing the Grand Circuit stage. Draw post 3 here tonight. You drove last week to a victory. What do you think?
Like I said earlier, I mean, it looks like there's going to be some speed. You know, a half-mile track is going to want position. She can do it anyway. I'm just going to kind of wait till the gate folds.
Now, one thing about you, you like to be on the front end, and sometimes, you know, being patient in these races is important. But for somebody who likes to be on the front end, you know, what's it like to have to kind of take back every once in a while and kind of have to sit back and see how things play out?
Well, you know, a lot of these horses in the fair finals, you know, show being on the front, but like I've raced them off a helmet today. Like there's a lot of good horses in the race, so you kind of got to go play it by ear. But they're professionals. I mean, they race around these fair circuits and they race a bunch of different racetracks. These horses are, I mean, they're professionals like way before they should be.
Now, we're in October. You're still leading the National Dash Championship standings. You're probably, you know, we're almost to December. What's it mean to you to have just these numbers just constantly, year after year after year? Obviously, you've got a lot of great owners and trainers who put you up, but what does this personally and professionally mean to you?
I guess consistency, you know, like and being there. Like, you know, Justin Irvine, we laughed a couple times. He said the best availability is availability, you know, and I try not to ever miss a day if I'm programmed, you know, like I have been taking days off here and there. There's probably going to be a little bit more, you know, in the future. It just means a lot. I think, you know, it says a lot. I really respect the trainers and the owners and the grooms and the horses a lot, horses especially, to be able to do this and do the best I can with the horses every day. I mean, I do race them, but I think that's what, you know, nowadays it is. You know, you got to race the horses. You know, there's not many days off. They train and get groomed during the week. It's my job to race them.
Aaron, congratulations. Best of luck later on.
Thank you very much.
Exacta $192.20. Trifecta $2,446.80. Superfecta $718.34. Top down, down by the parade first. Cleveland Top Rookie fourth. A Legend Secret sixth. Center Story fifth. Catch the Express seventh. Bounding Delight eighth. Believe in Tom second. Eddie Nine Toes third. 1, 4, 6, 5, 7, 8, 2, 3. Here are the fractions from that ninth race. 28 and 2. 57 and 3. 126 and 1. 155 and 4 for Down by the Parade. We go to the 10th. Exacta trifecta. This kicks off the late pick 6, 20 cent super high 5 as well. There are no changes post time in just 11 minutes. Horses have finally made their way to the track for the 10th. 1, Hang Tight Honey L. Hank Levan drives and trains for the Levan Stables, Darmarful Racing, Early Racing, and Megan Levan. 2, Jasmine's Diamond, owned by Sue Stockwell. Justin Irvine drives for Gary Martin. 3, Creatine Doll. Luke Hanners drives for Mark Winters. Cones with Benjamin Black. 4, Supreme Dance. Ronnie Wren Jr. drives for Rosie Weaver. She cones with Scott Davis. The 5 is Tom's Queen. Dave Miller in the bike for Rosie Weaver. Cones with Heartland Acres and Cabby D LLC. 6, Lynn Range. Manny Miller driving for Herman Ackerman. Ackerman Racing. Lucinda Belcher and Marlon Yoder. The 7 is Tango L. Louis Levan driving for Hank Levan. The Levan Stables, Levan, and Wayner. And Dan Noble aboard the 8, Viva Magenta for Rosie Weaver and Heartland Acres. Back over in race number 9, Down by the Parade. Picks up the victory at 11-1 for Merriman. So we roll here to the 10th. I'm going to the 1, Hang Tight Honey L. Tried to wire the field of Delaware, ended up second best, 57-4, 28-3 last quarter, then had post 8 in the Buckeye Stallion Championship. Raced okay to be 6th, but just so far to come from having post 8, and then she's 10 for 17 this season as a freshman, has the rail, so as long as she stays flat through the first turn, she should have a pretty good trip here. I'm going to use on top over the 2, Jasmine's Diamond, back-to-back wins. She did make the break at Delaware in the Buckeye try, but sandwiched around that are 4 wins. In fact, she's 9 of 11 this season, so Jasmine's Diamond has been very strong on the fair circuit, and for third using the 4 Supreme Dance for the Weaver Barn. 1 of 3 here for Rosie. This one hasn't missed the exacta in the last 6 tries and has Ronnie Wren in the bike. 1, 2, 4, 5. Best of luck in the 10th. Wings for the starting gate are opening for the 10th. Field of 8, 2-year-old trotting fillies. The 6th of 8 Fairs Championships on the card. Behind the gate. Here they come. Off stride the 3, Creatine Doll. Rest of the field off and trotting. Supreme Dance begins well. Lynn Range shows speed, and from the rail, Hang Tight Honey L into the opening turn. Hang Tight Honey L cuts the corner and grabs command as they bend around this opening turn. Then it's Supreme Dance and Lynn Range. They'll tuck into the pocket and 3-hole. Jasmine's Diamond came out racing in the 4th spot. Tom's Queen is 5th. Off stride, Tango L jumped it off entering the backstretch. Viva Magenta just took 6th. Then it's the breakers, Tango L, and far back to Creatine Doll. Opening quarter behind Hang Tight Honey L in a pedestrian 29 seconds. Hang Tight Honey L leads the way. Supreme Dance is 2nd. Lynn Range is 3rd. Jasmine's Diamond 5 lengths off the leader, occupying the 4th spot. Then comes Tom's Queen ahead of Viva Magenta. 3 back to Tango L, who quickly catches up to the tail of the field. Creatine Doll is out of it. Inside 5/8 of a mile to go. It's Hank Levan and Hang Tight Honey L out front a length and a quarter. Supreme Dance jammed in the box by Lynn Range, who comes first up for Manny Miller. Jasmine's Diamond gets a live second over toe here. The half, 1 minute 3/5, 31 and 3 in the second panel. No excuse for this favorite from here. Hang Tight Honey L has controlled a very modest tempo with now 3/8 to go. On the outside, applying heat, Lynn Range still locked in. Supreme Dance ready to come 3 wide. Jasmine's Diamond a perfect second over striking position. Only 2.5 lengths off the leader. Pinned in is Tom's Queen. Inside of Viva Magenta, then Tango L up the backstretch, approaching a quarter mile left to go. Hang Tight Honey L hits 3/4 and 129 and 3, 29 backside. They go to the far turn. Hang Tight Honey L shrugging off the challenge of Lynn Range. The one that appears to be a late threat is Supreme Dance as she's climbing over the back of Hank Levan, just waiting for the passing lane. Jasmine's Diamond revs it up 3 wide. Off the turn into the stretch drive. Supreme Dance out of the 2-hole now. Hang Tight Honey L with the lead. Tom's Queen has fresh legs up the inside. Here comes Supreme Dance with Hang Tight Honey L. Photo! Supreme Dance outside. Hang Tight Honey L inside. It's very tight. 3rd to Tom's Queen. 159 and 1. Number 4, Supreme Dance is first. 4-1-5-6. Unofficial. Returning back here to the winner's circle is the 4 Supreme Dance, owned by Rosie Weaver and Scott Davis, trained by Rosie Weaver, driven to victory by Ronnie Rand Jr. for his second on the card. 2-year-old Bay Filly by full count. Out of the Lyco Prayer Mare, Supreme Day, bred by Leon Miller of Ohio, lifetime win number 11. This will lower the lifetime best to 159 and 1. 4-1-5-6-2, still unofficial. Judges still taking a look at it. But we will send it down to Michael Carter, standing by with winning trainer, unofficial winning trainer, Rosie Weaver.
In the winner's circle with a very happy trader, Rosie Weaver. Well, it only took you 10 races to get here. You're crying right now. Tell us what it feels like.
Well, we talked at the barn for a few days, maybe a week, about the horses we had in tonight, and I had 3 fillies in this race, and I got 9 in the final tonight, and I don't think anybody at the barn once mentioned Supreme Dance's name. And tonight when she warmed up, Joe warmed her up, and I was watching her. She's never been to a real track. She's just been like at the fairs. She won 9 in a row earlier this year. You could put her up against anybody. She's going to try her best, and I knew that. I knew she'd give it all she had tonight. I just truthfully didn't expect it would be enough. But Ronnie drove her great, and she got a 2-hole trip, which is always the best here. And I knew she would dig and try for all she was worth if she had the opportunity. So, yeah, tears of joy.
Boy, did she really have to dig coming down the stretch. You had to sweat out the photo there for a little bit. But the trip worked out for her, and she raced super well.
She raced great. I was standing at the back of the paddock, so I really didn't know. And I just almost didn't want to believe that she actually won because I really didn't think she could. I think I was 3rd with Tom's Queen, and that's the filly I thought might be a sleeper in that race. She'd had some struggles early, but I'm just overjoyed with this little filly because nobody in the barn deserves it more, just quietly being gritty. We have better horses, but I don't think any that try any harder than her.
Now, you go to the Carolinas every year. You work your butt off to get to these fairs and these fair championships, the Buckeye Stallion Series. You've got a few of those Sire Stakes horses, but the bread and butter of the stable really work really hard on the fairs. What's it like to race on the fair circuit and kind of build these horses up to become stars?
I honestly love it, and I think, just for example, this filly, she wouldn't have made a face, at the Sire Stake and Buckeye level, maybe the Buckeye late, but sometimes, I don't know, I think it's just as good for them to be able to be confident and race at the fairs like, I take them. And like I said, she won 9 in a row earlier, which all led up to having confidence to race the way she did tonight. And I have a good crew that helps me, and everybody that watches us race knows that when I show up, all the people that work for me are going to jump out of the truck and try their best. And they do that at the barn every day, too. So none of this would be possible if it wouldn't be for my barn and the crew and everybody that helps me the way they do.
Rosie, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
The result is official. 4-1, 5, 6, and 2. Exacta 47.60, trifecta $312.40. The pick 5 pays 4 of 5, $315.10. We're going to roll over $3,781.62. The high 5, $249.88.
All right. Well, you got to get used to those Ohio winters, right? You know, it's gonna get it's
Yeah.
only gonna get colder before it gets warmer.
Oh,
Unfortunately.
I'm not excited for that. Do not remind me.
All right, race number 11, the $20,000 estimated pick 4 kicks off. Here it is, the Grade 3, $125,000 Courageous Lady Stakes kicks off that pick 4, and a field of 9 scratched down to a field of 8. Great to see some owners down here on the apron with us. We've got the connections of Our Honor Defend down here. I've seen Virgil and Odds on Chesapeake's guys kind of roaming around, so great to see some of the connections here with us this evening.
Yeah, there was a bit of a crowd earlier. They've kind of all made their way inside, which is nice. It's packed inside. There's a nice few hid tables still left upstairs, too, so that's always great to see.
All right, this 11th race, we talked a little bit about it earlier, Jess, but, for me, it's a 2-horse race, I think, Prolific Fire and Rodeo Drive Deo. But I got to tell you, based on the way Aaron's driving tonight, time of the season, might actually have a shot here.
I don't know if you heard the interview earlier with Aaron. I alluded to when I was watching the Jugette final and the Jugette elimination. This horse really stuck out to me.
Yep.
Just the way she was on the track, the way she presented herself. I think she covers the ground well too. I didn't use her in this pick 4 sequence, but I agree with the way things have kind of fallen in Aaron's lap as well as the driving tonight. You're getting a nice price at 5 to 1. No, not 5 to 1. 7 to 1 right now.
Your Michigan boy, Ronnie Rand Jr., would be upset at me if I left out Odds-On Chesapeake, who has a legitimate shot in here as well. Odds-On Chesapeake was second, the Ohio Sire Stakes Championship to Prolific Fire, was second in the Jugette to Rodeo Drive Deo. You know, just some really top talented fillies in this field.
Really from top to bottom, too. You heard Danny Noble talk about Sammy Jo Hanover. He drove her down at Scioto and that Nadia LaBelle. She was just beating a neck there to Odds-On Chesapeake. I thought she would have a really solid mile. She's had a bit of an up and down season. She's only got 2 wins from those 12 starts, but she's been facing some nice company. Of course, she didn't make the Jugette final, but she had post 8, some Stallion Series over in Pennsylvania, so she can make a good case for herself. If we know one thing about Dan Noble, he's going to be aggressive.
Race number 12 is the Ohio Fairs Championship for 3-year-old colt and gelding trotters. We'll talk more about the Courageous Lady during the post-parade after Kenny goes over his selections. But for me, I am too deep here. I'm going to try to bring home a little bit of a price with the 2 Silverton for Manny Miller and trainer Rosie Weaver. How about that in the last race? Rosie Weaver bringing home a winner. She had 3 in the race. She was full of tears. She was so happy.
Yeah, she definitely was, and kudos to her. She's got a lot of starters tonight.
Yep.
She's had a pretty nice night. I'm going to use 3 horses, 3, 4, and 7. Power Hill is coming off of a very dominant win down at Dayton. Full Moon Howl. I'm going to forgive that effort last time out. Have to go down the program a couple of efforts, but this horse has really good skate speed. I think this use to his advantage off of the gate and spend the prize. The other Rosie trainee in here made a break 2 back at Dover and still come back to win by 4. Nothing but ones down the program. Made 15 wins so far in this 3-year-old's campaign.
All right, race number 13. It features that $10,000 guaranteed super high 5. It's a filly in mare condition, pacing event, a full field of 9. Probably one of the more difficult races in the sequence.
Did you hit the all button?
I didn't. Wow, I like it. Yeah, I'm taking a page out of the Keith Gisser handicapping book by pushing the all button. But no, I did not actually. They're smarty pants because my ticket's only $12 this go around. We're going to go with the 3, the 5, and the 6. 3, Lady Rita, the 5, Love That Smile. The 6, She Comes and Goes, who won big last time out by 4 1/4 lengths. Corey Kreiser's already got 2 victories on the program here tonight. And driver Dan Noble, he's always, like you said, going to be aggressive.
Yeah, the same 3 numbers for me. Second start in the Sclotchy Barn for Lady Rita. Love That Smile's been sharp in her last 3, and She Comes and Goes. Nothing but bold numbers up and down the program page as well.
Now, I think Hank Levan is either going to be really happy or really upset at me in this race because I'm singling here in race 14. So, Hank, if you're listening, if you lose, it's our fault.
Yeah.
You know,
but he's had a pretty good night. He had an upset win with Aaron behind the horse early on. He had a long shot, 3rd place finish with Eddie Nine Toes, and I think he was 2nd in that last race.
Yep.
So.
And a thriller, by the way. It was an absolute thriller. We've had thrillers all night long. We'll get to that in a second. 2, Legendary Eldo, coming off a 4th place effort of that Buckeye Stallion Series Championship. I know one person to your right who is real happy that Legendary L finished 4th in that wild photo, by the way. That's the start that earned our honor defend a start into the Courageous Lady. And it was an absolute thriller, and Legendary L absolutely raced her lights out. Unfortunately, just got beat by a couple of horses that closed from off the pace.
Yeah, and she's been good all season too, Mike. She's got 15 wins from those 24 starts. A lot of bull numbers on the program page after that. She had a Park the Mile effort in Delaware and still finished 3rd in a good effort there. She's got a lot of gate speed too, so maybe Hank can make things and put things into his own hands off the gate from a good post. So she's my single as well.
All right, we're going to go 4-5 with 2-7 with 3-5-6 with 2. That is a $12 play. And Jess, you have a what?
$18 play.
Whoa, you're spending more money than me here. What's happening?
A little more than I expected. That's all right.
Listen, between the two of us, put them together. Maybe you'll make some money. Best of luck in this upcoming Courageous Lady. Kenny Livingood standing by with the post parade. And Jess and I will be back to analyze the Courageous Lady following the post parade.
Horses making their way onto the track for tonight's 11th race, the featured event of the evening, the Grade 3 $125,000 Courageous Lady. $20,000 estimated in the pick 4 pool. One Sammy Joe Hanover on by Oompa's Farm and Joe Barbera, trained by Scott D. Domenico. Dan Noble in the bike. Number 2 is Odds On Chesapeake, owned by Odds On Racing, trained by Virgil Morgan Jr., Ronnie Wren Jr. in the sulky, 9 for 13 this season for the daughter of Down by the Seaside. Burnham Wood Farms, number 3, time of the season, is trained by Tim Twaddle. Gets Northfield Park leading driver Aaron Merriman in the sulky. Ohio Sires Stakes Scarlet Champion winner, the 4 Prolific Fire, owned by Greg Luther Racing, trained by Todd Luther, with the services of Austin Hanners. The 5 is the Jugette winner, Rodeo Drive Deo, owned by the Burke Racing Stable. Weaver Buscemi, Beastie, J&T Silva, Purnell, and Libby, trained by Ron Burke. The Buckeye, Dave Miller, drives. 6 Fansville, Jack Pelling aboard for Joe Bongiorno, who won this race as a driver in a historic dead heat 2 years ago. And this one is owned by the Chain Lightning Stables, 3-year-old daughter of Huntsville, second in the New York Sire Stakes final. Scratch the 7, Work-Life Balance. 8 is Our Honor Defend, owned by Keith Kisser, Scott Betts, and Mr. K. McCullough, trained by Scott Betts. Case Bateson in the sulky. This horse pulled off the near 25-1 upset in the Buckeye Stallion Series Championship last week. And the 9, Poppy Grad, owned by Mossberger, Hopper, TKO Racing Stable, SCP Stables, and Friedland Racing. Trained by Steve Carter, Luke Hanners in the sulky. Back over in that 10th race. Supreme Dance, where Ronnie Wren Jr. picks up his second on the card as we roll here to the 11th, the featured event of the evening. I took a little bit of a stab. I'm going to go to the 9, Poppy Grad. This horse started her 2-year-old campaign electrifyingly, 6 for 10 and 10 of 10 in the top 2. She's come back. She's had issues here as a 3-year-old. She raced a couple of times, then had a long break, came back, and immediately was thrown into deep waters in the Jugette. She rallied nicely to be 4th in the elimination, but unfortunately that draws you post 7, post 8. She ended up drawing post 7, finished 7th there, then took a trip down to the Red Mile off Lasix and still raced pretty well. Came home in 27 flat. 5th place finish, only beaten 2.5. Now she comes back. She gets to return to a half-mile track, picks up Lasix, and from the second tier, she should get a pretty good trip. I'm going to try her on top over the 5, Rodeo Drive Deo, the Jugette winner. Obviously, the one you have to beat here tonight. She's made $470,000 for the Burke Barn. That race down at the Red Mile off Lasix, she got torched, comes back, picks up Lasix, good post, and you get Hall of Famer Dave Miller right back. I'll go 9-5-2-1. Best of luck in the 11th. We'll send it down to Michael Carter and Jess Sutton for more on the Courageous Lady.
Well, we're sitting here talking about Kenny's top selection, Poppy Grad. And you know what? It's not completely out of the question for him to pick a long shot. Just ask the connections of Our Honor Defense. So, right. What do you think?
The more he talks about her, the more I think I have to be on board with him. Not be on board with him, obviously. I already handicapped the race. But she's got a legit shot. She was a very nice 2-year-old, of course. She's a daughter of Pappy Rob Hanover. Comes from the Steve Carter barn. She might have not had the 3-year-old campaign that her connections have hoped for. But she does have a win, of course. She was pretty good in that Jugette elimination. She was 4th, beating 3 1/4 there. She paced in 50 and 1, home 28-2. And just like Kenny said, she's going to drop post 7-8 in the final. I thought she raced okay in the bluegrass off of Lasix. She was in the outer flow, just beating 2.5 lengths, 49-3, 27 at the end of it. She did win a leg of the Pennsylvania Sire Stakes action down on the program page, where she sat the pocket early on in the mile, then moved away to the front. If they get a little Western up front, I think that Luke Hanners could pick up some pieces and get a good piece of it.
Okay, Sam McKee. Love your little Western comment there. A couple other horses taking some money. Obviously, Rodeo Drive Deo is the clear favorite here, but the 2 Odds On Chesapeake currently at 3-1. Ronnie Wren Jr. with a couple of victories already this evening. Odds On Chesapeake, a runner-up of the Ohio Sire Stakes Championship, second in the Jugette after winning an elimination. Did win the Nadia LaBelle earlier this year over some of these horses. Odds On Chesapeake draws post number 2. A good spot here for Ronnie Wren Jr.
Yeah, this is a homebred for Mr. Dana Parham, of course. Odds On Racing. He had a big win last night at Hoosier Park with Odds On Mr. Mamba. He was second in the Jug with Odds On Outlier. 13 of 9, or 9 of 13 in her 3-year-old campaign, Mike. She's the daughter of Down by the Seaside, and she's had to do all the heavy lifting in those most recent 2 efforts on the front end. She led throughout the first opening half, 2 back at 56-4. Rodeo Drive Dale come from the pocket sitting trip there and just blew right on by her. Last time out, she was parked past the quarter, 26-3, and it was Prolific Fire who sat on her back and beat her. But it was a heck of a horse race there near the wire. I'm curious to see what Ronnie's going to do with her. I have a feeling that maybe David will take things into his own hands tonight from post 5 with Rodeo Drive Dale. So I'd be curious to see what Ronnie does if he gets a 2-hole trip. I think she could be really powerful if she gets a helmet to follow.
You could tell it was Jack Pelling's first trip to Northfield Park earlier this evening. He rolled up through the grandstand with a suitcase going, how do I get to the backstretch? He's walking by the winner's circle now, hoping that Fansville gives him an opportunity here with the daughter of Huntsville. Is coming off a 2-race win streak. Talked to trainer Joe Bongiorno earlier this week. He was really high on this filly, was 3rd in the Nadia LaBelle, had to come from off the pace of that 150 mile against Odds on Chesapeake and Sammy Joe Hanover. Fansville gets post number 6 here tonight at 15-1.
Yeah, she was only raced 3 times in her 2-year-old campaign. She visited the winner's circle 2 times last year, and then this year she's visited the winner's circle 3 times from those 15 starts, and it seems like she's continuing to get better with, throughout her 3-year-old season. She was a very good winner in a leg of the Sire Stakes at Yonkers on the 15th of August from way off the pace. She got away by 10 lengths off of the gate there, a 54 effort. The Nadia LaBelle, like you'd mentioned, I honestly thought Joe might have driven her a little bit more aggressively that night, and he ended up just kind of floating on off the gate, got away well, but she really paced strongly that last quarter of a mile and through the wire as well, a 50-1 effort. She was 2nd in that New York Sire Stakes final up at Batavia behind the last Martini, who's taken the Grand Circuit Stakes. And the last 2 efforts, I know they're overnight efforts over at the Pocono, but the horses know when they visit the winner's circle. It's nice, confident boosting efforts back-to-back there. She's going to draw to the outside a couple of the favorites in here, so hopefully, he can work out a nice close to the action trip.
And we've got a couple of looks at the 3-time of the season. Aaron Merriman with a couple of victories tonight. Trader Tim Twaddle brings the 3-year-old filly by Better's Wish, who won the Milstein a few years back here at MGM Northfield Park. Coming off a 5-length victory. Didn't get the best of trips at the Jugette final from post number 5 with Andy McCarthy in the sulky. This is one that likes to roll from off the pace. I talked to Aaron a little bit ago about, he likes to be aggressive with horses, but I think, he's going to have inside speed with Odds on Chesapeake and Sammy Joe Hanover both leaving. He might have to bide his time and wait with this one. The question is going to be, where does she get away? Is she get away 3rd or 4th, and then Aaron's going to have to come first up, or is she going to be battling for the lead going into the first turn?
I don't think she's going to want to be a horse that goes first up and against maybe Rodeo Drive Dale or Odds on Chesapeake. Take nothing away from the filly, but I think she's going to need to save as much ground as possible throughout the mile. This is another homebred for the connections, the Burnham Wood Farms here. Tim Twaddle does the training. A very flashy filly by horse here, and I thought she raced a very good place finish in that Jugette elimination. She was 5th in the final. A couple of weeks away from the races to freshen up, and I think that did her well. A 50 effort right on the front end over at the Meadows on her home track. And she's pretty sharp coming into the race.
We just saw the one Sammy Joe Hanover. Dan Noble drives for trainer Scott D. Domenico, coming off a 2nd place effort after finishing 8th in the Jugette elimination. Was kind of wiped out there, Jess, from post number 8. Delaware is not kind to the post 8 kind, and after finishing 2nd in the Stallion Series final at Pocono Downs, was 2nd in the Nadia LaBelle. Draws the rail tonight. The question's going to be here, again, how aggressive is Dan Noble going to be? But Jess, we're about to find out.
Yes, we are, and he's got a good shot with the rail to work with as well. I do want to mention Prolific Fire. That was the one who sat on Odds on Chesapeake's back in that Ohio Championship night up at Dayton. She's got post 4 to work with. Austin Hanners is back in the bike. Kenny Livingood has the call of the Grade 3 Courageous Lady.
Horses heading behind the gate for the 11th, the Grade 3, $125,000 Courageous Lady. Scratch down to a field of 8, Sammy Joe Hanover, Dan Noble. Odds on Chesapeake, Ronnie Wren Jr. Time of the season, Aaron Merriman. Prolific Fire, Austin Hanners, a Rodeo Drive Deo, Dave Miller. Fansville, Jack Pelling. Our Honor Defend, Case Bateson. And Poppy Grad and Luke Hanners for the $125,000 Courageous Lady. Here they come. And they're off and pacing. Sammy Joe Hanover from the rail gets the first call. Odds on Chesapeake diving to the inside. Went time of the season to try and get in front of Poppy Grad into the opening turn. Rodeo Drive Deo is 1-5 on the board. She just floated out. She's about 5th right now and 7 lengths off the leader. Prolific Fire is off the speed in front of Fansville, and Our Honor Defend is the trailer. Across the backstretch and driving to the opening panel, Dan Noble at 31-1 controls it with Sammy Joe Hanover. Off at opening quarter, a reasonable 27-1. Not quick, not slow. Odds on Chesapeake gets the pocket ride for Wren. Time of the season is 3rd. Rodeo Drive Deo is an unhurried 4th for the Buckeyes. He's trying to flush the cover of Merriman with time of the season, and he did just get that cover at the 3/8 mark. Poppy Grad is next. To the outside, Prolific Fire. Fansville inside of Our Honor Defend. 4 in, 4 out as they come on over to the halfway point. Sammy Joe Hanover hits that half in 56 seconds. Inside, half a mile from the money. Sammy Joe Hanover's got every call. Time of the season to this leader's wheel. Locked in the box, odds on Chesapeake. Rodeo Drive Deo spotted second over. She's ready to come 3 wide as she tries to get a toe from time of the season. Poppy Grad is buried in a 3-hole. 3rd over, Prolific Fire. Then comes Fansville in the trailer. Our Honor Defend. They drive toward 3/4. Sammy Joe Hanover still the target, trying to pull off the big upset. On the outside, time of the season plugs away first over. 27-1 third panel speed. And Dan Noble appears to have a handful of Sammy Joe Hanover as they head into the far turn. Here comes the Jugette winner, Rodeo Drive Deo. Let go 3 wide for her bid. In between time of the season, odds on Chesapeake needs a way out. 4 wide, Prolific Fire. Poppy Grad buried. They turn for the money. Sammy Joe Hanover with the lead. Odds on Chesapeake. Rodeo Drive Deo needs the fine 4. Sammy Joe Hanover pulls off the shocker. Odds on Chesapeake second. Rodeo Drive Deo, not her night. She settled for 3rd. Time of the season 4th. 151-3. One, 2, 5, 3 unofficial. Returning back here to the winner's circle, the 1, Sammy Joe Hanover, owned by Oompa's Farm, and Joseph Barbera, trained by Scott D. Domenico. Dan Noble, the winning drive. It's Danny's 3rd on the card. 3-year-old bay feathered by Captain Treacherous out of the Western Hanover mare, Sammy's Magic Girl, bred by the Hanover Shoe Farms of Pennsylvania. Lifetime win number 5, 3rd this season for Sammy Joe, a 5th off of her lifetime best, 151-3. Dan Noble wins his first Courageous Lady. His dad, Chip Noble, won it twice in 2004 and 2006. Son Dan Noble picks up his first Courageous Lady. Send it down to the winner's circle. Jess Otten has winning driver Dan Noble.
Thanks, Kenny. The Courageous Lady goes to Sammy Jo Hanover as I look over my shoulder. 31-1 they dismissed you at, Dan. You drove this filly earlier on in the summer at Scioto. She raced pretty good for you in the Nadia Lobel. You had to have a little bit of confidence after driving her once coming into this race.
You know, I learned a few things about her after the first start I drove her, and I figured, I just got beat there, and I thought she had a little bit more, and I thought it'd be a really good chance to drive her again.
After looking at a program page, she had a couple of wins. You know, she may not have been up to expectations of the connections this year, but she's raced some pretty nice horses. No luck in that jug at elimination. To come here tonight, you were taking no prisoners off of the rail in a field that has a really nice field of fillies.
You know, I really didn't. I wanted to be on the lead, but I figured David would come out. I was willing to, give up the front end. And, but, she's raced very well with all the competition she's been with all year. I just think that she's been in some spots that just were not real good.
Did you have any idea that David was kind of parked every step of the way behind you and you had odds on Chesapeake on your back?
Yeah, I was aware of that, and I figured with the cheap fractions early, this filly here has a big burst, so I was really confident after the half.
Congratulations on your first Courageous Lady.
Thank you.
There you have it. Sammy Jo Hanover upsets at 31-1 in the Courageous Lady.
Exacta $146.20. Trifecta $538.40. The pick 3 $1,415.90. Note the pick 4 is uncovered. It's 3 of 4 for $402.20. That is a massive carryover that will roll over to the card tomorrow. $8,447.52. Top down, Sammy Jo Hanover the winner. Odds on Chesapeake, second time of the season, fourth. Prolific Fire, seventh. Rodeo Drive, Deo third. Fansville, fifth. Scratch Work-Life Balance. Our Honor Defend was eighth, and Poppygrad was sixth. 1, 2, 4, 7, 3, 5. Scratch 8, 6. Go to race number 12. No changes. Start of a pick 3. Note the pick 5 that carried over of $3,781 goes to race 6 tomorrow with a $20,000 estimated pool. And in that pick 4 there that just ended has a carryover over $8,000. That's going to roll into race 2 tomorrow. The estimated pool, $50,000 to kick off tomorrow's card in race 2. 12th race, it's the 7th of 8. We have 2 more fair championships to settle, and it's in 4 minutes.
Hopefully, check, test. Let me know if it works when I get up there.
On track for the 12th one, Mr. Squeeze, on with a part-time stable, trimmed by Steve Carter. David Miller driving. 2, Silverton, Manny Miller up for Rosie Weaver. Cones with David Jury. 3, Power Hill, Alex Honk drives, front trainer Mike Sowers. 4, Full Moon Howl, Jason Beatty drives for Jessica Smith. Cones with Madison Smith. 5, Tiny Tom, Justin Irvine driving for owner trainer Eli Miller. 6, Hydroplane and Henry. Owned and trained by Bob Rowland using Ronnie Wren Jr. 7, Spend the Prize. Dan Noble up for Rosie Weaver. Cones with Heartland Acres. And the 8, Let's Go to Paris. Kurt Sugg driving for Eddie Miller. Cones with Ashley Dunn. Back over in race number 11. My tip choice, Pappy Grad. Raced fine, ended up 6. Just quite couldn't go with those. A little bit of a shocker, though, as Rodeo Drive Deo just didn't have the trip work out for her. They went so quick in that second lap, it's hard to close. Sammy Jo Hanover, the one controlling it from the rail. She used post edge. Post 1.5 mile track, usually a good place to be, and you get a 31-1 score as we roll to the 12th. I'm going outside. I'm going to the 8. Let's Go to Paris. Third in the Buckeye Stallion Championship right here in 57. Does have post 8 to overcome as the barn looks for a double, but this guy's 9 for 18 this season. He's raced very well in the fair circuit. He's been one of the top fair horses. Just has the bad draw to overcome, but thought he was good here at Northfield. He got over the track nicely, and I'm going to hope that Sugg can get him a good trip from post 8, and you'll get a price. He's 10-1 right now. For second, going to the 2, Silverton from the inside. Really has done nothing wrong. Does show that break at Dover at a 1-9 or even 1-20, really, 5 cents on the dollar. But avenge that a little bit with a third at Coshocton. Rosie Weaver looking to double up tonight. Good post for Silverton using second. And for third, thrown in the 7, Spend the Prize. Also out of the Weaver barn. 15 wins from 21 tries. Don't count this guy out in a big spot. 8-2-7-4. Best of luck, race 12.
This is the microphone. You picking this one up of the interview from the winner's circle. Looking at the moon, looking at the track. Yeah, 16. 16 is you got me, okay. Alrighty, cool. Thanks.
Behind the gate. Off stride the 3, Power Hill. Rest of the field off and trotting. Silverton gets the first call. There goes Spend the Prize. Hydroplane and Henry working over for good early position. Mr. Squeeze toward the inside. Getting away mid-pack is Full Moon Howl ahead of Tiny Tom. Let's Go to Paris is second last, only in front of the breaker, Power Hill. Entering the backstretch and driving to the opening panel, 34-1. Silverton dismissed on the board, 2.5 lengths to the good. Mr. Squeeze, very loose pocket sitter. Back in third, Hydroplane and Henry. Full Moon Howl is next off a 27-2 opening panel. They're followed by Spend the Prize and Tiny Tom. Then comes Let's Go to Paris in the trailer, Power Hill. About a dozen lengths separate them as they round the far turn for the first time, and it's Silverton controlling the tempo here. Silverton out front where he tends to be, over Mr. Squeeze in second. Hydroplane and Henry is third. Full Moon Howl is fourth. Still about 5 lengths off the leader and going to flush out Hydroplane and Henry. Saving ground comes Tiny Tom. Third over goes Spend the Prize. And then fourth up is Let's Go to Paris with Power Hill at the back. 57-4. The half-mile speed as they double tier here. 4 in, 4 out. 7 lengths cover the lot. Silverton controls the tempo. Hydroplane and Henry to this leader's wheel disc. Mr. Squeeze locked in. Full Moon Howl ready to roll 3 wide as Hydroplane and Henry confronts Silverton with 3/8 to trot. Full Moon Howl outside of Mr. Squeeze. Pinned in Tiny Tom to the outside. Spend the Prize. Let's Go to Paris from the back outside of Power Hill. 3/4, 127-2. They leave the backstretch, move around the far turn, and it's Hydroplane and Henry with a short lead. Full Moon Howl on the outside. Spend the Prize. 4 wide from the back. Let's Go to Paris trying to pick up the pieces. Silverton throws up the white flag. In between is Mr. Squeeze. Off the turn into the stretch drive. Hydroplane and Henry inside. Full Moon Howl outside. Let's Go to Paris is up to third. Into deep stretch. Full Moon Howl's gained the upper hand. Full Moon Howl wins. Hydroplane and Henry second. Let's Go to Paris third. Spend the Prize fourth. 157-1. Four, 6, 8, 7 unofficial. Back to the winners are the 4, Full Moon Howl, owned by Madison and Jessica Smith. Jessica Smith, the winning trainer. Jason Beatty, the winning drive. 3-year-old Big Island by Full Count. And the Don't You Forget It mare, Howl Me In, bred by Andrew Kaufman of Ohio. 19th lifetime score, 13th this season. 157-1.
I kept thinking it was I just gotta get this picture. I think we're using that camera up there. I'm good, Kenny.
We'll send it down to Jess Otten, standing in the winner's circle, winning driver, Jason Beatty.
Full Moon Howell gets the job done in the 3-year-old Colt Trot Ohio Fair Championship. Winning driver Jason Beatty. First and foremost, this guy seems to be pretty consistent all year long.
Yeah, he has been. He's been a little tricky at times, but he's got through it.
Let's talk about the trip a bit tonight. Couldn't have mapped it out any better being second over.
Yeah, I drove him at Coshocton a couple of weeks ago, and we've always been putting him on the front. I tried him from behind, and he was good that day.
Ronnie's horse made a big move there up the backside. You kind of got your guy into gear a little bit after him. Looked like you're pretty confident, though, at the wire, even though Ronnie was getting after his bit.
Yeah, he was chasing Ronnie up the backside, but once I got outside him, he relaxed, and he wanted to do his job.
Nice job.
Thank you.
There you have it. Jason Beatty, Jessica Smith, Full Moon Howell get the job done. 3-year-old Colt Trot Ohio Fair Championship.
Had to go old school with the prices. Exacta $40.60, trifecta $158.80, the superfecta $67.50. Top down to the 12th, Mr. Squeeze 6th, Silverton 7th, Power Hill 8th, Full Moon Howl the winner, Tiny Tom 5th, Hydroplane and Henry 2nd, Spend the Prize 4th, Let's Go to Paris was 3rd, 6, 7, 8, 1, 5, 2, 4, and 3. Flip over to race number 13, $10,000 guaranteed in the high five pool, less than a minute. Pacers to the track for the 13th, one Tiny Bit of Sky, James Day drives and trains for Power Play Racing 87. 2 Ribbon Ridge, Kurt Zug in the bike. For Jessica Milner comes with Andy Koblenz. 3 is the Lady Rita. Greg Grismore drives for Sam Scalacci and Paul O'Neill. Number 4, the Dragon Queen. Tyler Angus driving for Kent Sherman and John DeSantis. 5, Love That Smile. Aaron Merriman up for Tisha Symes in the Big Fred's stable. She comes and goes the 6. Dan Noble in the bike for Corey Kreiser and Todd's Auto. 7 is Annie up. Justin Irvine driving for Whitney Johnson and David Miller. Hey Miss Cadet. Josiah Miller drives for Elson Miller, who comes with Jenna Lee Rocker. And from the 2nd tier, the 9, the Magical Woman. Ronnie Wren Jr. in the bike for Shane Webb, cones with Webb and Pompeo. Back over in race number 12. Full Moon Howl. Jason Beatty pick up the victory. 13 wins this season. We go to the 13th. I'm going to go to number 3. Lady Rita, post edge here, double drops in class. Lot to like about her, and now that she's back on consecutive weeks, I think she gets a good trip. She's got speed off the car. For 2nd to 6, she comes and goes, been razor sharp the last few weeks, and hasn't missed the exact in the last 4 tries. Gets Noble and Kreiser. That team's been lethal. I'll use 2nd. For 3rd to 5, Love That Smile. Gets Merriman on the bike for the first time since he drove her to a victory. 3 back. 36-5-1. Best of luck. Number 8, Miss Cadet, headed back to the paddock for a shoe repair, so slight delay for the 13th. Behind the gate for the 13th race. Final chance to wager. They're on gate. And they're off and pacing. Lady Rita first away off the car. She comes and goes show speed. Love That Smile between and from the rail, Tiny Bit of Sky will get up into the 2-hole early on. Back in 5th from the second tier, The Magical Woman as they enter the backstretch. Then it's Ribbon Ridge in front of the Dragon Queen, Annie Up, and Miss Cadet the trailer. Driving to the opening quarter, the favorites mixing it up here. She comes and goes with the tougher go of it from Lady Rita, who's yielded and takes the pocket off an opening panel in 27 flat. She comes and goes, moves to the lead. Grismore wants to retake with Lady Rita, so here comes the 3-5 race favorite. Back out and around, she comes and goes. The favorites 1-2. Tiny Bit of Sky third. Love That Smile fourth. The Magical Woman fifth. Ribbon Ridge sent to the outside, now sixth. The Dragon Queen is seventh. Annie Up and Miss Cadet eighth and ninth. Down to the halfway point, Lady Rita is the leader over She Comes and Goes. Tiny Bit of Sky flanked there by Ribbon Ridge, who was first up all the way from the backfield, up to challenge for second after a half and 56-2, 29-2 in the second panel. Lady Rita has the lead. Ribbon Ridge at 48-1, engages her with 3/8 to go. She Comes and Goes locked in. Second over, The Magical Woman fourth. Tiny Bit of Sky buried fifth. Third over, Annie Up sixth. Love That Smile is seventh. Miss Cadet's in the flow. And the trailer, The Dragon Queen, 5 in, 4 out. They're double tiered and only 6 lengths separate the entire field as they trip 3/4 and 125-1. Grismore going to work on Lady Rita, asking her to polish this up. She's got a length lead. Ribbon Ridge continues to pour it on. She Comes and Goes could be a late threat. She's had a good trip since she got the pocket spot. 3 wide, Annie Up outside of The Magical Woman. Tiny Bit of Sky at the inside. They turn for home. Lady Rita turns first. She Comes and Goes, dives down low as they're into deep stretch. Lady Rita still clinging to the lead, but She Comes and Goes. Pocket rocket winner. She Comes and Goes wins. Lady Rita second. Love That Smile was third from Tiny Bit of Sky, who's fourth. Then either Ribbon Ridge, Annie Up, or The Magical Woman in 154-4. Six, 3, 5, 1, 2. Unofficial. Note the judges will post the inquiry sign on the unofficial fourth place finisher, the 1, Tiny Bit of Sky. Possible pylon violation. Hold all tickets. 6, 3, 5, 1, 2. Unofficial. Returning back into the winner's circle is the 6, She Comes and Goes. It's a Chrysler triple and a Dan Noble Grand Slam. For Todd's Auto, 4-year-old bay mare by Bettor's Delight of the well-said mare, well-spoken lady. Bred by Garth Becht of Ontario, Canada, 12th lifetime win, 7th this season, 154-4. Please note the judges have ruled the number 1 Tiny Bit of Sky did go inside pylons and has been placed 5th. 6-3-5-2-1 is now the order of finish. The 1 Tiny Bit of Sky disqualified from 4th, placed 5th for a pylon violation. Exacta $8.60. Trifecta $29.20. High Five $61.28. On track for race number 14, the one is Pink Jammies. Dan Noble does the driving for Rosie Weaver, comes with Heartland Acres. 2 Legendary Al, Hank Levan drives and trains for Levan Stables, Darmarful Racing and Megan Levan. 3 Kylie Cash, Josiah Miller drives for Elson Miller and Kimber Clegg. 4 Ella Joe, Ronnie Gillespie drives and trains for Stephen Eric Butler. Manny Miller drives the 5 Section Line Flame for Herman Hagerman. Hagerman Racing and Charles Reeve. 6 Maddie's Delight, Ronnie Wren Jr. driving for Steve Carter in the SCP stable. Justin Irvine on the 7, Really Are You Kidding Me, for owner trainer Dan Veneer. Holly and Hunter Holton, Adam Friedland in the SCP stable own the 8, Racing Like a Star. Luke Hanner's up for Ryan Holton. Back over in race number 13, She Comes and Goes. Back-to-back scores gives Noble a grand slam. We go to the 14th. Went to the 2, Legendary L. Was actually pretty confident in her. She raced very well in the Buckeye Stallion Series Championship last week, 54-3. If she repeats that effort, she's going to be very tough in here from a good post. For second, going to the 4, Ella Joe for the Gillespie Barn. 7 of 19 this season. A nice second at Dayton last start, 54-1. But look at the non-winners of 1 try 4 days before that, 52-2. Ella Joe sharp the last couple of starts. Good draw here as well. And for third, I'll throw on the 7, Really Are You Kidding Me? 4th in the Buckeye Stallion Series Consolation. Justin drove her 28-4 last quarter, but she's just a little bit post-compromise, so I put her third. 2-4-7-3. Best of luck in the 14th. Here's that top down from race 13. Tiny Bit of Sky was 4th place, 5th for a pylon violation, top of the stretch. Ribbon Ridge, 5th place, 4th. Lady Rita, 2nd. The Dragon Queen, 8th. Love That Smile, 3rd. She Comes and Goes, 1st. Annie Up was 6th. Miss Cadet was 9th. The Magical Woman, 7th. 5-4, 2-8, 3-1, 6-9, 7. 14th race is on the track. Ohio Fairs Championship for 3-year-old Pacing Fillies. Behind the gate for the 14th. Here they come. Often pacing. Good start. Pink Jammies inside. Maddie's Delight and racing like a star from the far outside, showing speed. Legendary Yell down at the inside right now is 2nd. Kylie Cash works over to race from 3rd. So the top 3 are going to line up 1, 2, 3 as Pink Jammies and Dan Noble secure the front. In 2nd is Legendary Yell. 3rd is Kylie Cash. Parked out 4th, racing like a star. Maddie's Delight found the cones back in the 5th position as they drive across the backstretch. Ella Joe, section line flaming. Really? Are you kidding me? The trailer. Opening quarter, 27-3. Pink Jammies leads the way. Racing like a star on the outside will go the long mile. She takes air 2nd. Legendary Yell at 4-5. Gap the pocket a touch there 3rd. Kylie Cash is in line 4th. Ella Joe out and moving as Levan looks like he's going to vacate the pocket here as they come on over to the halfway point. Pink Jammies leads the way. Racing like a star drops into the pocket, so that leaves Legendary Yell uncovered. Kylie Cash into a 3-hole. 2nd over Ella Joe. Only 4 off the top as they go to the half and 56-3. 3rd over section line Flame. Buried Maddie's Delight. 4th up. Really, are you kidding me? 6 lengths separate them. 4 in, 4 out as they pair up. Pink Jammies leads. Legendary Yell on the outside has gotten to this leader's wheel. Racing like a star off the tough trip is back to 3rd and 3 lengths behind. Ella Joe on the outside now takes that 3rd spot as they drive toward 3/4. Pink Jammies by a half, trying to hold off Legendary Yell, who was forced to make an early move out of the pocket at the 3/8. Kylie Cash weaving between rivals. She just dove back to the inside around the plummeting Racing like a star, and she's got a shot. She is 99-1. 3/4, 125-2. They round the far turn. Pink Jammies with the lead. Kylie Cash looks like she's got horse. 3 wide, Ella Joe. Legendary Yell won't do it tonight. They turn for home. Out of the pocket, Kylie Cash up the inside. Maddie's Delight's got fresh legs, and she's loaded down at the inside. Pink Jammies almost home, though. Pink Jammies goes all the way. Maddie's Delight got a nice trip there, and she was 2nd. Kylie Cash is 3rd, 155. Returning back into the winner's circle is the one, Pink Jimmies. Dan Noble, the winning drive. It's his 5th on the card for Dan Noble. Rosie Weaver, the trainer, her 2nd. Cones with Heartland Acres. 3-year-old Brown Feather by Fear the Dragon on the Yankee Cruiser Mare Think Pink. For the Lindy Farms of Connecticut. 17th lifetime win. 8th this season, Pink Jammies. Rosie Weaver, the only trainer to double up in the fair championships. She picks up 2 victories. 1-6-3-4 is official. Exacta 87.60, trifecta $1,612.80, superfecta $693.80, pick 3 $233.60. The pick 4 pays 3 of 4 $54.20. We're going to roll over another $11,927 to that race 2 pick 4 tomorrow. So now the carryover will contain $20,000 in race number 2 tomorrow. Coming out to the track for the finale. One first of her name, Dan Noble driving for Bill Rhodes. Been there, done that racing, and Rockridge Racing, the owners. 2, Jumping Joy on Scalacci Stable, Sam Bova Racing, and William Malloy III. Aaron Merriman drives for Sam Scalacci. 3, Better Double Flip, Kurt Sugg driving Freddie Miller and Robert Carsey. 4, Rock Me Crystal, John Sioka Jr. drives and trains for the Murdoch Racing Stable. 5, Dude Sweet Bet, Justin Irvine aboard for Tessa Lems and Chris Lems, the owner. 6 is Jillian B. Mickey, Burke Racing, Weaver Buscemi, Wren Jr. Racing, Knox Services owner, Ron Burke trains, Ronnie Wren Jr. drives. 7, Anthem, Braden Rhodes driving for Virgil Morgan Jr. and Mark Graber. And the 8, Smoothest Tennessee Whiskey, Tyler Angus drives for Brian Haynes and Mackenzie Haynes. Back over in race number 14, Pink Jammies used her pole control. Strong performance there from the inside. Noble kept her to task. She picks up a double for the Weaver barn. Noble picks up his 5th. So we go here to the 15th. I'm going to go to the 2, Jumping Joy. First start in North America. She finished 2nd behind a very talented one. They went in 53-1. She did her best, 53-4. You get Merriman second start. A lot to like here. For 2nd to 6th, Jillian B. Mickey. Big class drop from opens to now to 6,500. Second start after a 5-week break, too, so I would expect her to be a little bit sharper than a week ago. And for 3rd, the 1, first of her name, Benefit of the Rail. You get Noble in the bike, who's looking for a 6th win to cap off his Saturday card. 2-6-1-3, just a couple of minutes here. Just a couple of minutes before the finale. We thank everyone that watched, wagered, and supported this 15 race card here from MGM Northfield Park. Live racing back tomorrow night with multiple carryovers in the Pick 4 and the Pick 5. So be sure to follow the social media page. Get all the updates on that. Nice Pick 5 carryover. $3,800, $20,000 pool. On gate. pacing in the Saturday finale, and Rock Me Crystal steps out alertly for Sioka, Jumping Joy toward the inside. First of her name with Better Double Flip. That's the team third and fourth. Wren trying to find a spot with Jillian B. Mickey outside of Dude Sweet Bet, then Anthem and Smooth as Tennessee Whiskey. They work on to the backstretch into the opening panel. It's Rock Me Crystal at 14-1 who shows the way across the backstretch. Jumping Joy back there in second, 2.5 clear, first of her name, who tries to tighten down the hatches from third as they go past the opening panel behind Rock Me Crystal in 27-2. Jumping Joy's second, first of her name, third. Better Double Flip is fourth. Jillian B. Mickey fifth. Dude Sweet Bet back there in sixth. 9 lengths behind Anthem, and Smooth as Tennessee Whiskey is the trailer. Rock Me Crystal flaunting her early speed here. Out front over Jumping Joy in first of her name. Opting to stay in was Better Double Flip as Jillian B. Mickey will come to the outside. She didn't get any help, so she's uncovered. On her back goes Dude Sweet Bet. Anthem vacates the cones, and Smooth as Tennessee Whiskey is held up fourth over the half, 56-2, 29 in the second panel. Rock Me Crystal leads as they have inside half a mile to go. Jumping Joy inside of Jillian B. Mickey, who tries a sustained first over bid at this leader's wheel. Getting a perfect toe is Dude Sweet Bet. She got a nice second over spot, only 3 lengths off the leader. First of her name is next ahead of Anthem. Up the backstretch they go, and new leader Jillian B. Mickey pokes ahead in front. Rock Me Crystal at the inside, Jumping Joy bottled up in the pocket. She really needs Rock Me Crystal to maintain the lead with Jillian B. Mickey. Fanning 3 wide goes Dude Sweet Bet. Noble got off the rail with first of her name, and she's coming 4 wide. Jumping Joy squeezing off the rail. She'll follow Jillian B. Mickey. 1/8 of a mile left to go. Jillian B. Mickey has the lead. Jumping Joy has got open road now if she's good enough. 100 yards to go. Jillian B. Mickey got the jump. Jumping Joy is surging, but time's running thin. Jillian B. Mickey wins. Red Merriman go 1-2 in the finale as Jumping Joy is second. First of her name's in a photo with Dude Sweet Bet, 153-3. Back in the winner's circle, the 6, Jillian B. Mickey, owned by Burke Racing, Weaver Buscemi, Wren Jr. Racing, and Knox Services, trained by Ron Burke. Give Ronnie Wren his third on the card. 6-year-old bay mare by Always Be Mickey out of the Better's Delight mares. Sir Jillian Z-Tam, bred by Stephen Day III of New Jersey, 23rd lifetime win and third this season, 153-3. Exacta $27, Trifecta $100.80, Daily Double $102.80, Pick 6 pays 4 of 6, and there's the 20-cent super of $34.36. That pick six, 4 of 6, $21.30. So add that to the plethora of carryovers tomorrow. Again, we're going to have a pick 4 carryover, a pick 5 carryover, and a pick 6 carryover of $1,021.45.